test, 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 test. Okay. Yeah, we can always switch to that.
So did anybody come farther than Washington for the conference this year? Yesterday we had some people from Spokane and Seattle. Anybody, everybody's local? California? Where are you from? Rancho Cucamonga. Well, that's a bit of a haul. Orange? Torrance. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit of a haul too. Well, thank you for coming. Okay. What kind of are you a tech company in that area? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm always surprised at how much when I drive out that way, going either to Joshua Tree or whatever. I'm always just surprised just how much more there is of development. Yeah, shopping. Yeah. Yep. You have the butterflies right now too. Is everybody noticing the butterflies? The painted lady butterflies, because of all the rain. They've had a real, it's a massive amount of butterflies, and you'll see them kind of fluttering through like a little train. Okay, thank you for joining the mentoring track. We're going to go ahead and get started with our speaker.
Hello. I understand now why they were saying that this was interesting. Okay. Folks can hear me, right? So welcome, folks. Thanks for coming out to the mentoring track. Sorry, it's a couple minutes late. I believe I'm a technology guy, but I can never get the hardware stuff to work. So I'm really thankful for the folks here at SCaLE. My name is Karthik. I'm from Austin. And today I'm going to talk about some of the stuff that we do in Austin with respect to the tech community over there, draw some parallels, and see what are some of the best practices that we've learned over a length of time. So I actually work at Oracle. When I say that, I'm actually not a database person. Sorry. I do know how to do one normal form and two normal form, but I find that the questions I get asked are very complicated. So if you do have DB questions, I can find somebody inside Oracle to help you answer that, if that's relevant. I do more cloud native stuff. My team got acquired into Oracle, so I know a lot of stuff about containers and all of the other stuff, and I used to be a developer on the managed Kubernetes team. Before Oracle, I kind of did a whole bunch of stuff. Most of these companies are based in Austin. Or they were remote kind of gigs. But in general, I like building stuff with friends of mine. The Austin community is pretty big, so we can make connections pretty easily. I'm a maintainer on Gauntlet, which is an open source security scanner. And I also help run DevOps Days Austin, Container Days, and Cloud Austin, which is a little user group that we have over there. Do a bunch of other stuff, but it's kind of all the same. Quick shout out to my corporate overlords, as I like to say. So Oracle's doing a big thing with cloud and whatnot, and there's a lot of confusion in the enterprise space about cloud native and what that is. So we have a little site, cloudnative.oracle.com, has the solutions, blog posts, and whatnot. Feel free to check it out. I made a quick link, bit.ly.com, I heart cloud. So check that out if you want to. So we're here to talk about community, or I hope it's not just me talking about community. I tend to do a lot of slides, but only have 40 or something slides. So I'm going to try and finish early. And so community, in my opinion, is a very collaborative thing. And so it's not one person doesn't make a community. It's kind of a group effort, and people who are like-minded kind of come together and talk about stuff. And that's how you build, that's how you kind of build it and kind of grow it. So from a high level, the Austin tech community, today, it's very, very vibrant. We have a bunch of conferences that come, that are located in Austin, but also come to Austin. Serverless Days, Longhorn PHP conference that happens in May, DevOps Days, which also happens in May, Day-to-Day that happens like early in January, LastCon, which is a security conference, happens in October, B-Sides, which happens in a couple weeks, Keep Austin Agile, which also happens, somehow like May is a really popular month for Austin conferences, because I don't think we believe in the rest of the year, but for whatever reason, we like do everything in May. So yeah, Keep Austin Agile happens in May as well. South by is like our big, big conference where like, Michelle Obama and stuff come to it to like speak at that. And then finally InnoTech Austin, which happens in the fall. There's also a bunch of meetup groups. I was trying to get like a number of meetup groups, but like it's almost impossible because there's like 6 or 7 meetups that happen every day from Monday through Friday. And so literally any day of the week, you'll have like some kind of meetup going on. Austin Tech Events is like a pretty cool thing that it's one of the like side innovations that I like to talk about. I didn't do it. It's a bunch of folks that are in the community that were like, hey, there's a lot of meetup groups out there, and there's no like good information sharing between all of these groups. So maybe we should start like a weekly newsletter and like a Twitter page, and it has like 11,000 followers. And they do this not just for Austin, so they do this for like a bunch of different cities as well. I'm not sure if LA is a part of those, but you can ask them if you want to do one for LA too. It's just like a bunch of 4 or 5 people. So I actually run Cloud Austin, which is a meetup group. It's kind of an older meetup group now. This looks really cool. In fact, our logo is brand new. Like, this is something that I made up, I think like last month or a month before. It's just using stock photos. Shouldn't touch this because it's volatile. Stock photos and some fancy paint work. But the meetup group itself, it's been rebranded once before. It used to be Austin Cloud User Group. We call it Cloud Austin today. What was it? It's like the Facebook movie, right? It was called The Facebook before. They're like, no, just call it Facebook. So we're like made a 4-letter thing into just a simple 2-letter thing. It's over 10 years old at this point in time, and it has like 2,600 people that not everybody comes to it every month, but we have like a steady stream of like at least like 100 people that come out to each user group. We also kind of do like 2 talks in a specific meetup. So like if the first talk is kind of boring, you can be like, well, the second talk was interesting. So like, we have like multiple things that kind of go on, and we kind of mess around with the format. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But today, Austin has kind of grown a lot over 10 years. Personally, I've stayed in Austin, I think it's like 13 years right now. We call it like Silicon Hills, which is like cool for us. And then I was reading this article the other day, and so there's like 138,000 tech jobs in town, and I think Austin only has like 800,000 or 900,000 people. So that's like 1/9, or actually more than that, with number of jobs for technology folks. $31 billion go into Austin's or the area's overall economy, and 35% of that kind of comes from technology gigs, which is really cool. Apple is also, we lost the fight to have Amazon HQ2 in Austin. It's kind of like one of the towns that they were looking at. But Apple decided to expand in there, and also the Army Futures Command is building like a HQ in Austin, which is all kind of cool. But like things were, when I started my career in Austin, was like very, very different. 15 years ago, these were like primary employers in Austin. So like most people that kind of lived in Austin, and like you'd meet like friends of friends or whatever. You'd be like, hey, where do you work? And be like, it was either Dell or IBM. And if it wasn't Dell or IBM, it would be National Instruments, Samsung, AMD. There were some folks that worked for so the local government kind of runs out of Austin, so there's a bunch of like tech stuff that go on there. So some folks used to work for, or still work for like the local government. UT also has like a lot of like tech stuff going on, so some folks work there. And the bleeding edge folks back in the day used to work either at Bazaar Voice, like Rackspace or Indeed, and there are a couple other companies. But like a lot of times you'd be like, you know, when somebody used to leave NI, we used to joke about it, where we used to say, hey, your transition path is like you start as a programmer analyst, you go 1, 2, 3, and then like you end up at Bazaar Voice or Indeed or something like that. So it was kind of like a little joke that we had in the community. And from like a user group setting, like there were few and far between in terms of user groups. There were like some stuff for the language developers. So if you were a Java developer, there was a Java user group. And I tried to trace this back. I did some like history stuff the other day, so I tried to trace it back, and it actually started in like 2001. I saw references to that. .NET and PHP also have kind of been around for a long time in terms of user groups in Austin. And then OWASP, which is the I forget what the OWASP full form is, but it's a security group that started in 2000. Well, it's been around, but the Austin chapter started in 2006. And you know, the ecosystem in Austin is really interesting because like the different groups, so like developers kind of talk to operations that talk to security. So it's kind of like not 3 different siloed kind of groups. They all kind of like blend together in some ways, which is really nice. And you know, we can kind of like work together in a lot of ways to solve problems. Also, user groups used to be a thing inside of companies. So this is something that you might see in large companies where it's like, hey, you know, every month you might have like a speaker from the company kind of present, you know, technical things, you know, inside of the company. So like we had Java Technical Exchange, as we like to call it, used to happen every month, but it would be, you know, for you know, engineers or program analysts inside of National Instruments, and we'd talk about like different like Java things that we're kind of playing with or whatever, much like we do today at a meetup, but just like an internal kind of setting. So, oh yeah, and apologies for all of my slides have cats on them, and I did that because I'm like an enterprise guy now, so like I can't have like cool slides, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna put cats on every slide, but they're mostly just like background kind of things. But you know, I think the thing that really changed was about 10 years ago, everyone started doing a whole bunch of stuff with AWS, and they were trying to figure out, well, actually not 10 years, yeah, like a little over 10 years ago, they were trying to figure out what the heck this was, whether this was actually going to be a thing, or whether, you know, it was going to go anywhere or whatever. And so, like, we found ourselves in a same kind of team where it's like our task was to build products that we could host on Amazon Web Services. So we were like, okay, well, you know, let's go and figure out what, you know, EC2 is. Let's go figure out what S3 is, blah, 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 working with those APIs, et cetera. And back in the day, like, we met some folks at a different company called Pervasive. So we had a team at National Instruments, and we met these other guys at a conference from Pervasive, which is also like another company in town, and we were like, oh, you're doing AWS stuff? Hey, we're doing AWS stuff too. And then back in the day, it was like AWS was really simple because it was like S3, you know, EC2, and a couple of other things like before RDS, before all of that stuff. So it was really simple. And so we had like questions on S3 APIs, so we're like chatting with them and whatnot. And so, and trading emails. So we were like, okay, well, you know, we were like kind of helping each other out. So we like formalized it, and instead of like doing stuff over email, we were like, well, let's meet for lunch. And so this is actually like a picture of the cafe that we kind of met at. And you know, we were like, let's go to lunch, and it was still kind of awkward because like not everybody on their side knew everybody on our side, and we're all engineers, right? So it's like sometimes it's kind of like weird to meet new people and like talk to them, and you don't want to feel judged. Like you don't want to feel like, hey, I don't have any questions, or I don't have any answers, I just have questions, and sometimes it's like a little bit awkward. But so it was like, it is kind of awkward because we were sitting there around a round table. I think there's a couple more folks that I don't like that were at that first lunch. I just don't remember who they were, so I didn't add the pictures, but there were 2 more people. But we were like talking about stuff, and like all of us just had a bunch of questions. We didn't actually have answers. And we're like, well, like, do you know how this API works, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, I don't know. And so we're like, talking about stuff a little bit more. And then we're like, well, I wonder if there's actually somebody with answers to a bunch of these things. So we're like, maybe we should like start like a meetup group. And because like you're from a different company, we're from a different company. Maybe there's other people kind of doing the same thing. So we're like, okay, well, let's start like a meetup group. And so back in 2010, like way, way long ago, we started this group, and like I did search back, and I found like a bunch of tweets from way back then. We called it ACUG back in the day. So like this guy Bill, he was I think the director of marketing at Pervasive, and Pervasive actually had pretty big space that we could use. So they were like, hey, we can just do like a meetup here. It's okay if it's it's kind of like a room like this, but they were like, yeah, it's okay if there's like 10 people in there. We're just talking technology, so it doesn't matter. So Bill was actually instrumental in like getting us through the workflow of like how to get a room and whatnot. Tristan, he still lives in Austin, works, I don't know where he works anymore, but he used to work at Bazaar Voice, and he had a lot of like technical knowledge. So back in the day, people would like ask Tristan a bunch of questions. A lot of folks already know Cote and Michael Jordan. Cote works at Pervasive, or I'm sorry, he works at Pivotal right now, but back in the day he used to work at Dell. And then James Wickett, he does a bunch of security stuff in the day, but he was kind of like a big champion of, on the security side in Austin. He actually helped start the LASCON conference, and I was also like did a whole bunch of stuff for OWASP Boston. So it was kind of interesting to have, his perspective to help build a meetup group. And so we were like sitting in this room kind of talking about, technology, and we're like, hey, the first meetup actually went really well. I think Michael Jordan says, he says there were like 60 people that showed up, which was kind of big, because we were expecting maybe 15. And so when 60 folks showed up, we're like, whoa, a lot of people are doing cloud stuff, I guess. Maybe this is going to take off. So that was kind of like the consensus back in the day. And so our journey kind of started there. And then, from a tech standpoint, we were using like Google Groups, because Google Groups was like the coolest thing back in the day. We used that. We used Eventbrite to kind of like help people sign up and find out more info. Nobody used Meetup, because Meetup was more for like, use Meetup to find like tennis buddies, or use Meetup to do like sports kind of stuff. Like you never used it for like technology, and it's like completely different today. But we had this like long transition from like, this technology stuff, where we did Google Groups, Eventbrite, and then we're like, oh, we should do Meetup as well. And then we're like, oh, maybe we don't need Eventbrite, we'll just use Meetup. And then finally we're just like, everything goes in Meetup. So initially it used to be like random whenever we had topics, and then we kind of formalized it into monthly meetups. And we also, one of the cool things we do is like a festive thing at the end of the year where we do like a 12 Clouds of Christmas. So they're like 5-minute lightning talks that people come and present. And every year it's kind of grown. So at the start, I think we had 12 talks, and now we do like 20 talks or something. But it's really cool because like the whole room is packed, and people just kind of show demos that are 5 minutes long. So like the barrier to entry is not really that large. But like I'm talking about all the positive stuff, right? And things were like not always like super happy, and things kind of fell apart every now and then. One thing that happened a lot is like people would be like, I will sponsor food for your meetup. And food sponsors are super important, because when you're trying to get something off of the ground, sometimes people don't care about what you're talking about. They're like more in it for the food or more in it for the swag. So when like a food sponsor is like, yes, I will help you bring pizza, and then they're like, yeah, we can't do it, and they tell you like a day before or like the day of, it pisses off people quite a lot. They're like, man, I came here, you promised me pizza, and I'm here, and like I don't see anything. Now I'm cranky and I'm hungry, and I don't care about what we're gonna do, so I'm gonna leave. So that happened quite a bit early on, but it's gotten better over time. But that was kind of one of the issues. And one incident that we learned a lot from was this Jeff Barr road trip. So everyone knows, most folks know who Jeff Barr is. He works at AWS. He kind of like does all the product announcements and stuff like that. back when it was just, it was just kind of him doing the product announcements in 2013. He was like, I'm going to do this crazy trip where I'm going to start like way in the east and go all the way west to Seattle. I'm going to do it in a car, and I'm going to stop in like different cities along the way. So he was like, I'm going to drive through, and so he was like, let me know if you want me to come by. So like I sent him an email, and I was like, hey Jeff, you want to come speak at this user group in Austin? And we'd love to have you. So he was like, sure, I'll stop by, because I have to drive through Houston anyways. And an interesting thing happened, because Jeff at the time was like the biggest speaker we ever had. So like really big name, really influential person in industry, like comes to our little meetup group, which on average, we'd have like 30, 40 people come every month. And so, and we were doing our stuff in like Eventbrite and Meetup, right? And so we were like, okay, well, we're going to do this thing. It'll be awesome. It'll be really cool. Content's great. And Jeff is a really cool guy. But the thing we realized was, there was a lot of demand from people wanting to come to it. So we were like, okay, well, we can only accommodate like 100 people in the room, and we'll set the RSVPs to 100. So like pretty early on, we were like, man, we're gonna blow this number. And so we talked to the facilities at Pervasive, and we're like, okay, well, like what can we do? And they're like, well, the fire marshal code is 120, so we can add 20 more seats. So we'll add 20 more, seats to the room, but it's gonna be like really packed, and it's gonna be, pretty tough to have like everybody in. We're like, well, still he's like a really big name speaker, so let's increase that number. And so we did that, and sure enough, like within a day, those like 20 seats are gone, because 20 more people RSVP'd. And we were like, okay, well, let's start a wait list, and we had a wait list of like 40 something people. And then we're like, well, our hands are tied from an organizer perspective, because like we can't break fire marshal rules. But at the same time, we're like, well, we don't want, this is like one of the big things that's happening in community, so we want people to be able to attend. But we were like, well, we tried our best. So we were like, okay, if you're not going to come, on RSVP, so somebody can take your spot, blah, blah, blah. But in the end, what happened was like a lot of people were really upset. They were like, well, really want to go to this thing. We have something cool going on in town, and you're saying we can't come to it. And what happened, what was even worse, was that day or that evening, we had like a weird weather thing. So like it started to rain. I don't know what it's like in LA, but in Austin, if it rains, like nobody goes anywhere. So it rained, and sure enough, like I think totally we had like 75 people show up. So we have like, it's like it's still pretty packed, but there's like open seats everywhere. So then people got even more pissed off, because they were like, I RSVP'd to this, I would have come to this thing, but you said I couldn't come, and it's not even a full room. So it's kind of like some of the flack that we got, but we kind of like, as an org group, we kind of talked about it for a while. We were like, well, one thing maybe we could have done better is made it more made the process of like the stuff that we were doing behind the scenes a little bit more transparent. So we ended up sending like a letter or not a letter, but like in our meetup thing, we sent out a announcement to everyone, kind of like talking through, apologizing for what happened, but at the same time kind of talking through some of the stuff that we were trying to do from a facility standpoint, and also like how to kind of smooth stuff over a little bit more. But it was kind of a train wreck. But that was like one of the things, of all the things that's happened in like the 10 years, this actually taught me a lot from a visibility standpoint, because like people are more forgiving if you kind of like talk them through the problems that you are running through, versus just kind of keeping things very, saying no, but not really giving reasoning behind why you're doing what you're doing. So that was kind of eye-opening. And that's something that I kind of take today, even with like DevOps is Austin and like other conferences that I help organize. So today, like we've grown quite a bit. We have like 2,600 folks. We always kind of do third Tuesday of the month. We always do our stuff at Rackspace. And we'll talk about some of the reasons about why we do what we do, and why it's like always third Tuesday, always at a specific venue, and we try and get food and drink sponsors whenever we can. From an org perspective, we've kind of grown. So it used to be, I think, like 3 or 4 folks, you know, a couple of folks in Pervasive, a couple of folks that help kind of like, you know, get speakers and do like all the meetup management and whatnot. But we've grown to an org of like 8 or 9 people, where we have some people doing venue stuff, some people doing, you know, trying to get speakers, some people doing meetup management, some people talking to, you know, a lot of sponsors end up sending us an email via Meetup or whatever, so, you know, managing the communication from that front. So it really helps when you have, you know, a lot of folks kind of involved. But one of the issues when you have a lot of people is you also end up, you know, trying to do the same thing over, 2 people are trying to do the same thing, which is normal. Like large teams, you know, there's replication or duplication of effort, ends up being a little bit confusing. So we used to do everything via email, but now we've kind of transitioned to do a lot more over Slack. And it's a lot more efficient because we can say, hey, you know, here's what we're doing, like here's our ideas, and everyone can kind of chime in from an organizer perspective. We also do a little bit of like Zapier integration with Slack, and we have, instead of, you know, people emailing us, because this is kind of like we're not paid to be organizers, it's just kind of like a side thing that we do for the community. So we're like, well, you know, it takes a while to like respond to emails and whatnot, so we have like a Google form for, if you want to speak at Cloud Austin, there's a form that you can go fill out and, you know, let us know. Sponsoring is kind of the same way now. And we do this integration with Zapier into Slack because we're all about Slack. So this is kind of like an example of that, where it's like the bot tells us, hey, somebody wants to do a talk on whatever, and they want to do it for this month, or somebody wants to do a sponsor for this month, et cetera. I got rid of some of the sensitive information there. And yeah, so we kind of do that. So I wanted to talk about like some of the things that I've learned over time, because I think that's the most important part. From a user perspective, right, a lot of times the reason people come to a talk or come to a user group is because they are really interested in what somebody has to say from, you know, presentation standpoint, demo standpoint, whatever. So like if you do a presentation on Kubernetes today, there's like a lot of people that were like, hey, I really want to understand like the nuts and bolts of Kubernetes, I'll go to this thing. So if you're an organizer, you know, you have to realize that content is like the #1 most important thing for why people want to come to a specific event. And this is like, it's true not just for tech, but, you know, really anything out there. If you have like a, you know, a really good speaker, really good event, people will be like, I really want to go to that thing because I'm interested in it. On the flip side, you know, we in the specifically like DevOps security space, there's a lot of vendors out there, and vendors really want to talk about the product. And I think that's a good thing, but it shouldn't be like the meat of the talk, because like people don't want to sit through an hour presentation of somebody giving like a pitch deck, or like, here's how my product works or whatever. They want to hear more like generic information. So one thing we kind of help our speakers with is like, hey, we don't want a sponsor pitch, or like we don't want a vendor pitch, so we don't want to see like how your product works, but instead talk about, you know, some of the technology in your product instead, talk about engineering problems that you have, talk about, you know, how you might have issues like, you might have had issues like taking your product from like one cloud to another or whatever. So like always kind of send out engineers to speak about what you're talking about, because our audience is specifically more like engineering folks. So they're like developers, DevOps, security, et cetera. So we always say no to that. But you know, from one thing that sponsors kind of like is we help them, we let them sponsor stuff. So audience attendees love free food. So like it's, you know, especially when you're kind of starting off, and let's say you're building like a meetup group today, it's great to have, you know, pizza or something like that, because people will come for the food, especially in communities that, you know, that don't have a lot going on and there's not many choices. They'll be like, well, I'll like go for the food and might listen to something interesting too. And then later on they'll be like, I will come for the content. I don't really care about the food. That thing switches. But one of the things that transition from the last slide is you can kind of say, hey, you can do a vendor pitch, but if you sponsor, you can do like a 5-minute demo or something like that. And so that kind of helps with, getting sponsors in, satisfying their need to like demo something, but at the same time also, providing food for the audience, which is great. The other thing I've learned is like just transparency. So just be transparent of your process, of like the stuff that you're doing behind the scenes, because if you're not, then people kind of like question what you're trying to do, or things get a little bit confusing, and then you have to kind of step back and do things differently, et cetera. But it's always more convenient if you're just like, we're doing this thing, and Meetup is really good about having that comment section. So one thing we have a lot of issues with recently is, and it's kind of the same issue that I talked about in the Jeff Barr thing, but we always end up hitting our attendee cap. So we're always like, hey, if you're not going to come to the meetup, on RSVP, so I end up like actually sending that message almost every meetup, it feels like now, because we always end up hitting that cap. But on the flip side of that is a lot of people, we also have like a meetup. If 100 people say that they're going to RSVP to come, we'll only have like 75 of those. So you have like a 25% drop off. There are other meetups where you'll have like 50% drop off or whatever. It just depends on the group and how core your members are, basically. This is really important. It's something that we sort of forget from time to time, but have a code of conduct. And I say this because it helps from somebody new wanting to come in, wanting to be a part of your community. They kind of look for that because they want to know if like the space that you are providing as an organizer is a safe space, whether they can come and like actually be able to participate and not feel threatened. On the flip side of this is, I've seen like weird things where you might have like a happy hour or something like that, and somebody like drinks way too much and gets really belligerent, and then you're like, well, if at that point in time you're thinking, what should we do and what's our code of conduct, it's already kind of late. So you rather think through some of those things up front, have a code of conduct or like a playbook of things that you might want to be doing in those times of emergency, versus thinking about it on the spot. So something to just kind of think through. Also, how many folks are like introverts in the audience? So a lot, right? And I am too. Like even though I do a lot of public speaking, actually kind of like after a while I'm like, man, I would like to just like sit in my house and talk to, my wife has 3 cats. We have 2 dogs. I used to be a dog person, but now I'm a cat person. I'm like, just like hang out with the cats or hang out with my kid. I'm like, I don't want to talk to people. But one of the hardest things that for me as an individual like going to a meetup is like, I hate going alone. And I was trying to think through some of the stuff, like, so, it's not just like tech stuff, right? So if you go, like, let's say like U2 is coming to town, right? You're like, man, I really want to go to this concert, but I don't want to go alone. Like, I would rather go with like a friend of mine, like family member or something like that. So most of the time you're like, you're trying to go with somebody instead of like going alone. So we have this thing, like we call it the buddy system, because tech, naming is hard. But I'm always like, hey, I found this really interesting thing that I want to go to, and I have like a close circle of friends, so I'm like, anyone else going to this, or anyone want to go to this? And so the likelihood, they've done a bunch of studies, and the likelihood of like 2 people saying, okay, we'll go to it together is like much, much higher than a single person saying yes and then dropping off later. So if you're like trying to, get more people to a meetup or something like that, be like, hey, come out to the meetup and bring a friend, because, it's like if you're kind of sitting through something and you don't like it, at least like you have, somebody that you can kind of commiserate with in some ways. Or you can be like, yeah, you remember that thing we went to? Man, that was horrible. But I'm glad I was there to like share it with you. The other thing I really like is just gratefulness for organizers, also volunteers, because a lot of things that we do in Austin specifically, they're all like community based. So it's not like nobody gets paid to do all the stuff. We're just like we're doing it because we believe in like the general community in town. So just like gratefulness for folks organizing stuff and whatnot. Because organizing is painful because you have to get a bunch of stuff in place, whatnot, make sure logistics are taken care of. And, a lot of times people, take time out of work to do it. It's like some people have families, but they're like, well, I'll go to this meetup thing because I organize it, and, it takes time away from whatever else you might be doing at that time. So if you're like, I practice this a lot, but if you're an attendee and you go to a conference and there's a lot of volunteers or whatever, always kind of thank them for their effort, because they could be somewhere else doing whatever else, but they're there to like, help you out in some ways. So, that's just a thing that I do a lot. And then for any of the folks here, like, are y'all organizers for meetups already? Or like quite a few? Okay. So some tips that, I've kind of learned over time is fixed venue, fixed date and time. Because what happens a lot is if you're trying to build a quorum of people wanting to come out for something on a regular basis, and if you're trying to build, a set of like a core team basically, it's easier for somebody to be like, oh yeah, this meetup always happens at this location and on this specific day. But so they're not like, where do I go? Like, is it in the morning, or is it in the afternoon, or is it in the evening? And then which location is it at? So like, there's no like flow chart that their mind has to go through to figure out where it is. It's just always the same thing. So over time, that's really useful because they're like, oh yeah, it's like third Tuesday. Oh yeah, 6 o'clock. That's at Rackspace has a thing for Cloud Austin. So it really helps with, gathering momentum from an attendee perspective. And then your attendees actually really help out too, because they're like, oh yeah, you should go to this Cloud Austin thing, and they remember that it's like third Tuesday at Rackspace, or whatever that venue is. Also, understanding what folks are interested in is super important, because your attendees is your audience, right? So you kind of need to know what they're wanting to learn, or what they're trying to get out of a meetup. So one question that we always ask is, we also ask it in our forum when new people sign up for the meetup, like what topics you want to learn. But also at the start of the meetup, we always kind of do a show of hands of like how many people are new, and kind of say, hey, well, what interested you to come out to the meetup, so we can kind of generate conversation, because a lot of meetups are about conversation rather than somebody presenting whatever. And I lost my train of thought. Okay, well, yeah, and then experimenting with formats really good too. At the start, we always used to do like one talk, an hour long, and we have like food up front, so like people kind of eat for a little bit and socialize. And then we have the one talk, and then we end. And then we were like, well, sometimes talks were an hour long, sometimes talks were an hour and a half long. And so we're like, we started to notice that the longer the talks, the quicker that people kind of zone out and end up leaving beforehand. So it's easier to, we did an experiment where we're like, okay, what if we did two 45-minute talks, which are like 35 minutes, 10 minutes for questions, and then transition to another talk. So we sometimes do that. We sometimes do like lightning talks. So I talked about this 12 clouds thing that we do every year at the end, where we just do 2 hours of lightning talks like a couple of times a year, where they're like 5-minute talks. It's kind of like whatever topic you want to talk about. And so the format's a little bit different from that perspective. Other times we'll just do open spaces, where it's like people will come just to kind of talk about a specific technology, things that they want to talk about, and whoever is in the room kind of like will join the specific group to speak about whatever that they want to kind of participate in. So it's kind of an interesting format. DevOps Days conferences kind of like, you know, the group of people that you have is the group of people that you have. So that's kind of like an experimentation thing that you can do over time, but don't experiment too much because then they'll be like, yeah, every month it's a different thing. So, you know, be consistent for like a few months and then change it around for a month and then go back to a format that kind of works just to kind of keep it fresh in some ways. Be inclusive because, you know, we all come from like different backgrounds and we are all kind of interested in different things. So it's important not to like shoot down people's ideas or, you know, things that they might be saying. So inclusivity is really important. And at the same time, you know, have a team because, you know, organizing, especially if you're doing it from a volunteer perspective, it takes a lot of time. And one thing that, if you're an organizer, like I've seen a lot where people will do like a meetup group and it'll be really good for like, you know, 6 months. And then the person running that group will be like, man, this thing really blows. I'm going to stop doing it. So like groups kind of come and go. And it's really hard to, you know, kind of keep momentum as you go along. And you just honestly get tired. Like, you know, things in your life might change. Or you might just be like, you know, I'm over whatever. Or you might get jaded, et cetera. So, you know, you kind of want to watch for burnout. I noticed this like for myself like a couple of years ago where I was just like, I stopped kind of caring about like tech stuff for a little while, and I was like, I don't want to organize this Cloud Austin thing, or I'll organize it, but I don't want to go to it. I'd rather just stay home. And then I was like, what's actually going on with me? So I started, you know, like talking to other folks about like burnout, and you know, you want to, if you catch it early on, you can make changes quicker versus, you know, realizing you're like totally burned out and you're just like, man, I don't want to do any of this stuff. One of the tricks behind it is to get a team so you can kind of, you know, do it together. So it's not just you. So it's not just like a road that you're walking alone on. It's you walking with other people as well. So it's a lot more fun. Easier to like distribute the efforts so you can kind of do things you're really interested in. Like the thing I showed with Zapier early on, the integration. I really like automation kind of stuff. So I was like, oh yeah, you know, what if I did like an automation thing and put this thing into Slack and built the bot or whatever. I was like able to kind of do that, and like it was really useful for the group, for the organized group. But at the same time, I think like a few years ago I would have never done that because I'd be like, oh my God, we need a speaker, and that's finding a speaker is like the most important thing. So you can kind of, you know, do things you really enjoy. And it's also important, an organizer, you find yourself in a position of power. And so, you know, it's important to be able to give people opportunities. So whether it's like speaking opportunities or kind of like you end up like learning a lot from, you know, sponsors, you'll end up learning a lot from peers, speakers, attendees, et cetera. So you can kind of make connections a lot. And that's something really powerful because, you know, sometimes somebody might approach you and be like, hey, you know, I just got laid off. Do you know anyone who's hiring? And chances are you might have met like the sponsor the month before and they're actually like hiring. You should be like, you know, you should talk to this other person or whatever so you can help make bridges basically. And yeah, so like, you know, over time, like Austin has grown like super friendly. A lot of folks just kind of enjoy kind of talking to each other. And so it's a lot more inclusive and a lot more open than how things used to be when I first moved to Austin. And then you were kind of like nervous talking to somebody else because you didn't want to be judged. But the sense of like judgment has really kind of gone away. It's still there, but like it's definitely diminished quite a bit over time. I said tech folks kind of know each other-ish because I think at the end of the day we're still introverts, so sometimes it's hard to like go and like meet someone brand new. But you know, in general, if I have questions on like Jenkins or whatever, I'd be like, you know, I know Eric Long, he could probably answer this question for me. Or if I have questions on Kubernetes or whatever, like I'll be like, you know, I think Paul Zerkowski might know this, or In fact, at the IBM booth today, JJ is working there, and JJ's from Austin. So like before this, I was like, hey man. So I went and I talked to him for a while, because we all kind of come from the same place. And also, you know, make it like a culture where it's okay for people to ask questions, and because I think this gets worse as we get older in our careers, where we're like, it's bad to ask like simple, basic one-on-one kind of questions, because that's how we're kind of molded, and you don't want to feel like you're asking like really dumb questions. But it's okay, like, you know, tech stuff changes like so quickly. You know, when nobody knew about cloud like 15 years ago, nobody knew about containers like 10 years ago, like nobody knew about Kubernetes 5 years ago. So like tech evolves and changes over time. So, you know, it's okay to ask like really simple one-on-one questions and, you know, not feel judged for it. So as an organizer, it's like you should kind of breed that kind of culture in your groups. So with that, I don't have anything more. I just wanted to say it's like communities are really open things. You as an I as an organizer, or you as an organizer, you help like foster that community, but in the end, it's like kind of hard to control how those things kind of grow. Sometimes they're really fast, sometimes they're a little bit slower, but in the end, it's like, you know, those are the people that you end up jiving with. So that's what I have. Folks have any questions or anything? Happy to take them. Thanks. What's up?
So at our meetup that we host, my company. Thank you. So we host a meetup monthly, and it's pretty awesome, and I think it's a great thing to keep going. One thing we always have a really hard time with is sourcing speakers. Obviously, you mentioned content is critical, and I totally agree. We've had some really great speakers who've had a much better draw than others, which we want to keep that going. How do you suggest continuing to find great speakers in your area? And, you know, for the qualification, I'm in the Bay Area, so of course we've got like tons of awesome talent around us. So do you have any tips on how to do that better?
Well, actually, like what was your meetup that you organized? Just to shout it out.
Sure. So we host at Twitter on the third Wednesday of the month. It's the San Francisco Reliability Engineering Meetup. We're on Meetup. You can also come find me. My Twitter handle is Mr. Mocha, spell out Mr. I'll be talking at the next session next door too if you want more detail.
Nice.
And yeah, or come find me. I'll give you my business card. We'll follow each other, whatever. Won't be creepy at all, I promise. So, and yeah, if you're ever up in the Bay Area, like I said, we have a great meetup, and we're always looking for speakers. So we had a great little community coming together so far. We've been running it, I want to say, for like 3 or 4 years now. We just kind of take a short hiatus every holiday season around December because nobody's around that month. But the rest of the time, we have a pretty good following usually. So come join up.
Basically, like what I'd recommend is, and one thing that we do is we, if there's, so I go to a lot of conferences, and so I'll be like, if I go to a conference and if I find out that the speaker's from Austin or whatever, I'll be like, hey, you should come present the same content at Cloud User Group or at Cloud Austin. So that's a strategy we kind of use. Sometimes we'll hear somebody doing really interesting work, or, you know, we have an org of eight people, so it's kind of like federated a little bit more. So somebody will be like, you know, like, have you seen what Tristan's kind of working on these days? It's like totally blows my mind. So we should get him like out to like talk about that stuff, you know, at the meetup.
We have 4 people and we all work together.
Okay.
So our spread is probably not as effective as yours, being 8 people at seemingly different companies.
Right. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like it's if you kind of spread it out. So it's funny. Ernest and I, so Ernest is one of the other organizers for Cloud Austin. Like he kind of is like the main guy that runs everything. But he and I used to work on the same team at National Instruments like 10 years ago. But like now we're kind of like doing our things, and you know, I'm more interested in containers. He's more interested in security. So sometimes you know, you'll meet people that come to the meetup and they're always there. Like regardless of what the content is they're like your core followers. And sometimes it's good to be like, hey, you know, you want to be an organizer with us? Like, you know, come join the team kind of thing. So that's kind of how we ended up growing out, because there would be a lot of folks that would have really good ideas, or would tell us like, I went to Jenkins World last month and somebody spoke about this thing and I think they're local. Let's have them out if you can. And so sometimes we'll just like follow them on Twitter and be like, hey, would you like to come present this thing at the local meetup, or I'll send them an email or something like that. And as an org perspective, you're just kind of like, trying to make the connection and have folks come out. So that's an idea. The one, I don't know how it works in the Bay Area, but you mentioned how meetups kind of take hiatus in the wintertime. Actually, Austin's the same way. The 12 Clouds thing that we do, it's not just our meetup. We have like a whole bunch of meetup groups kind of join us for that one. So it's like 6 groups or something like that that come and like present on different topics. So like the Postgres meetup, for example, will collab with us, and we'll have like Postgres content, we'll have cloud content, Google GCP kind of content or whatever. So it's like a collection of stuff, because it's all in the end like people just want to hear cool things. So they're like, okay, well we'll like talk about that stuff. So long-winded answer, and then if I think of ideas, can tweet it at you as well. What other questions? All right. 5 minutes, okay.
How do you deal with nervousness going to new places? Is that one reason why you should always hold it at the same place as well?
Nervousness, you mean from a speaker perspective?
Not just from a speaker perspective, from even an attendee perspective.
From an attendee perspective, so one thing we do, which I think is like a good practice, is since I go to all the meetups, I know who's kind of been there before, who's new, and so for the new folks, I'll be like, hey, I'll kind of like go chat up a conversation, like what brought you here, here's kind of the format of our meetup, etc. And it kind of helps with new folks coming in, like, oh yeah, this guy is an organizer, but he actually came and like talked to me before at the start of the meetup, so it like helps with that. From a speaker perspective, like meetups, we actually are like, as an organizers, we're very inclusive. So like if somebody is like struggling to like talk about it or whatever, we like encourage them, because I mean it's just a meetup. It's not like a big conference or something like that where you have like hundreds of people. It's pretty intimate. So we're like, it's fine if you screw up or whatever. So
it's not the people for me, it's the new places that really get me nervous. I don't know if that's that common. It seems not to be quite rare.
Well, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I wanted to add, I have the same problem. I hate going to new places, and I really hate actually.
Well, let's get you a mic real quick. So it's because we're recording all this stuff.
So I have the same problem also. I hate going to new places, and I'm really bad at following my GPS, and so I'm always getting lost. So when I do my meetups, I go ahead and I post kind of like GPS images. Like I'll look it up on Google Maps and show you like, hey, this is actually what the building looks like from the outside, and I'll go through and I give people like detailed information, because the GPS will tell you like how to get there, but sometimes there's one weird way to get into the building that'll stress people out or something like that. So I try to be as detailed as possible when giving that information, because I know that's something that prevents me from going to new places.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
a great point.
And parking, because parking sucks always.
Yeah. We do that a lot for our DevOps days as the conference, and we've been doing this meetup at the same place for like 6-7 years now. But for our conference stuff, we definitely do that, where you have a lot of signage, and I used to be that guy who'd like drive the day before or like a couple of days before, make sure that like you parked in the spots, parking thing was open, kind of thing. Make sure we have signage, so because it used to be kind of a walk, so it's like make sure we have signage at specific spots so people don't get confused, and you're not like, man, I don't know where the hell I am. It's like it can be really nerve-wracking from a user perspective. So I think all of those are really, really good tips. Anything else? Did you have a question too? Yeah.
So I know you said that you have the event at the same location every single time. Do you ever run into our look into doing events at different spaces to get more people to come to your meetup? Because in LA, like, it's very large, so I have to, when I'm running my events, try to plan different venues so that we can reach all of our members. So I just wanted to get your viewpoint on that.
We sometimes have done that where we'll be like, okay, there was an event a while ago, and this was like a few years ago, where we had like Adrian Cockcroft come to speak in Austin, and so we were like, well, we need to make sure we have like a bigger venue. We ended up doing a call for the venue way beforehand, but we're trying to plan it like way in advance, because even with all that planning, people will still ended up going to the older venue or to the original one and be like, hey, I'm at Rackspace, like, where is everybody, kind of thing. Maybe that's an Austin specific problem. And then I think I'm out of time, but I'd love to chat with you and give you some more thoughts on that too. But thank you all for being here. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you guys for joining the mentoring track. Our next talk in this room is at 1:30. Also note that the expo closes at 2 today. So if you wanted to get to a booth, make sure you do it before 2. Thank you. See you at 1:30.
So, can you actually hear a difference? Yeah. And the slides are actually on there. Cool. Hi.
Can I get you anything, water or anything?
No, I'm fine.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
You got your mic on and everything. Wow.
Yeah, it's all done. Yeah, well, now we can start. All right, thank you for coming. So I wanted to cover a few key aspects of the fairly long history of the XAMPP project. It's, 15 and a bit years old. And basically I'm gonna pick out a few sort of sets of stories, and then at the end of it, we're going to look at wider lessons which could be of interest for other open source projects and also for us in general. And that story really covers, very different aspects of the history of the project, and some of them are actually not very well known. So before you ask, the presentation is already at that link. And you can download it from there. So my name is Lars Kurt. I'm the community manager of the XAMPP project. I'm also chairman of the XAMPP project advisory board. That's a number of vendors supporting the project financially. And I happen to work for Citrix. I do like flowers, so I always put up pictures with me and flowers on it. So this is actually a queen of the night, which is quite lovely, and never mind. And then I wanted to thank our the contributors to their talk, Andrew Cooper, Christopher Clark, Mihai Dontu, and George Dunlap. So I've been with the project since 2011, and so I had to pull in some of the longer-term committers to get and contributors to the project to get some of the earlier history of it all. So, what is XAMPP and the XAMPP project? Well, it's a versatile virtualization platform. It was always designed to be a component in a software stack. So, making an easy-to-use end-user experience was never really a design goal, which probably was a mistake. Well, if you look at KVM, for example, it's like a nice and easy to use out of the box, and in Xen's case, that isn't really the case. But that has enabled other things which we'll cover during the presentation. So the way how I kind of often look at it is, the Xen hypervisor is a bit like an engine, taking a car analogy, and system integrators basically build a car with Xen as an engine in it, and KubeOS is an example of that, Xen server, and so on and so forth. And in a project, we have this sub-project structure where we develop several technologies which are related to Xen. So there's the hypervisor itself, there's a project to do PV drivers. We had a number of projects for specific goals, which were temporary, like one to bring ARM support to the platform or get Xen support upstreamed into Linux. And there's a number of unikernel-related projects as well. But to really cover the talk and some of the lessons, we have to go back to the beginning, to 2003, when it all started. And I wanted to look at some of the original use cases for which Xen originally was designed. And the primary use case was really server consolidation. Then, specifically also in the original paper, they listed co-located hosting facilities and distributed web services, which eventually became cloud computing. And then, a whole blurb around secure computing platforms and mobility and stuff like that. But actually, in reality, that's very closely tied to server consolidation with high availability, fault tolerance, and those kind of things. What's really interesting also is that some of the terms, you know, like cloud computing and Xen kind of historically go very well together. And if you're interested, you can still find the original paper. The original design goals are also really interesting. So there were like really 3 design goals. One was around modular architecture, and one of the ways to implement that was disaggregation. We also have a very flexible architecture by use of system services, and a high degree of being able to customize the platform, because the initial goal really was to target servers, but maybe also desktops as well. And many of those are still relevant today, and have enabled a very interesting and complex ecosystem. And I'm going to try and sort of explain that through a little bit of a idea and product genealogy. So we started off with server virtualization, and then on the side you always see the kind of products which are relevant in this space. Then in 2006, Amazon, and it was also SliceHost at the time, which was bought by Rackspace, started to use Xen in cloud computing, and that really kicked off very widely. What was interesting, and I'm going to cover this a little bit, because it's not very well known, the Department of Defense kind of took Xen and forked it and built a whole series of platforms around that, and there's some really interesting stories there. Then there was an attempt around 2012, 2013 to bring Xen to desktops. There were a number of companies trying to, including Citrix, to do that, but ultimately that flopped. But it was still an interesting milestone for Xen because it enabled other things. We had a number of unikernels. So the first of those unikernels was Galois, was HalVM, which is a unikernel targeting Haskell, which has been developed by Galois. And then what's really interesting, out of this whole desktop world, we got specialized, I call it defense applications, so that like the CubesOS variant for DoD, for the DoD primarily, targeting desktops, laptops, as well as tablets. Then that led to a number of vendors which are active in the space looking at expanding their use cases. So we've actually seen platforms such as Virtuosity, created by a company like DernerWorks, which use Xen for mixed criticality applications in a defense context. And more recently, and this happened entirely surprisingly to me, we have seen a lot of momentum in the embedded and automotive space. So if you look at this, right, so how did we, and there's also a set of technologies called virtual machine introspection, which can work with the others, which is a security technology. So if you look at this, how did we actually get to such a diverse ecosystem? How does this happen? Because, you know, initially we were targeting server virtualization, right? And what were the factors in the community which kind of enabled this? And then the other question is, of course, you know, is this a good or a bad thing, you know? And what would you have to do if you wanted to replicate this as a project? So the first reason why we kind of went into this direction is that Xen came out of a university project, right? A lot of the committers and maintainers and developers all had a research background. You know, when it was commercialized, all the guys working on this stuff, working at the university, just, you know, became employees of XenSource at the time. So there was already a very strong affinity generally to research and cool ideas and, just letting things which may not necessarily be, good for the vendor behind the project happen, and to support that covertly or, directly. But also more importantly, it also comes back to a strong security mindset, which was already encoded, if you want so, in the original design goals. So that kind of laid the substrate to make some of this happen. So if you look at it, so we looked at some of the design goals. So disaggregation, for example, was part of the original Xen conception. And that whole idea was influenced by microkernel thinking. So let me just explain, what I mean. So if you look at a typical Xen architecture, you have your hypervisor down there, you have a virtual machine, and then you have your DOM0. And then we have a couple of boxes here. So we have system services. So we were talking about design goals earlier. So system services are basically applications which run in your operating system, and some of them can be replaced. So we have, for example, 2 Xen store variants. You can, there's one, or you can run Xen with QEMU as a device emulator, or without one today. And there's like 3 different implementations of tool stacks, right? Then similarly, you can replace the kernel. So you basically run either Linux or BSD, but there's, for example, work going on today to run Xen without the DOM0 at all, or to run it with an RTOS. All kind of signs of that level of flexibility. But coming back to disaggregation is that idea to basically be able to run some of the things you're running in your DOM0 in some, other virtual machine, and you decompose your system that way. And that creates additional security boundaries, and there were quite strong design constraints around that to make this happen. So all the PV protocols, which are basically the interfaces between the various Xen components, were specifically designed for that use case, and we had to sacrifice performance and make other trade-offs to kind of keep this going, and this has been a constant throughout the life of the project. And then, of course, since the beginning, security technologies were always in the mind of our maintainers, and quite often, features which were not necessarily core to the project were just upstreamed without resistance, and sometimes with a lot of support from maintainers. So if you actually look at this, disaggregation is a really interesting example, because if you put it back onto the product genealogy, you will find that in server virtualization and cloud computing, that stuff isn't actually used, right? But it's used in all these other products and markets. And if you then start thinking about community dynamics, right, that creates a degree of tension. And that's not a very happy story to some degree. Tension is always like the precursor to conflict. So if you look at this, until very recently, all our key members of the project were employed by companies who develop products for the server virtualization market segment, right? And, that's kind of the core use case. And everything else is kind of non-core. And in other words, really that means that, everyone else who built products on the non-core stuff really relied on the goodwill of the maintainers to basically, sustain these other ecosystems and use cases. And, if you look at that, that's kind of, you kind of can see that sometimes that might create some frictions and difficulty. What's also interesting is that, we're now seeing a shift where the community is becoming more balanced, and that's just started very recently and is really accelerating. And it actually required a lot of actual work to make that happen. So let's look at this tension again, right? So, and bring us back to disaggregation, because that's kind of a good example. So, first of all, we also have to remember that 10, 12 years ago, when cloud computing kind of started, the attitude to security in general in our industry wasn't actually really very good compared to today, right? So I guess if you look at it in terms of analogies, you know, then we were at security where we're now with privacy to some degree, right? So what happened? So we had two things. We had, you know, core maintainers, you know, not really having any, you know, not using the disaggregation feature in their products, which the employers, you know, are funding them to work on. But at the same time, you're getting features in, and you have to kind of make sure that, you know, this disaggregation and the basic principles don't break. But at the end of the day, you know, if you're working on a product, you're going to cut corners, right? So, you know, whenever the core team chose, you know, had to implement a new feature, you know, they would use the quick route or the more performance route for the main use case, and that meant that, you know, sometimes those new features went into DOM 0 first. Then, of course, also, you know, if you're a maintainer and you're familiar with your use cases, and someone comes in with a very different use case, to really understand that entire use case very well and then, you know, try and come up with the best possible approach, that takes a lot of mental cycles, you know, which they're, again, often not prepared to do. And so, again, you know, that sort of rigorous review which would happen for the core use case that hasn't always happened in those cases. And, you know, and that led to consequences. So, for example, you know, like, we have fairly good support for disaggregation in a platform, but, you know, nobody ever thought about adding build support, you know, to it. And the result then was that pretty much everyone on that graph with all their products who uses disaggregation developed their own solution for building those things. And, you know, that's sort of duplication and increases the barrier to adoption for newcomers at the end of the day, and it also creates unnecessary complexity. So to summarize this section, so we basically, the strong security mindset really enabled contributions which were related to security, which at the time were seen as sort of non-core, because, you know, everybody talked about security, but really, you know, at that time, it wasn't as important as features. And there's plenty of, this is really quite unusual. You know, there's loads of examples of open source projects which, if they have a certain goal for their project, if something which isn't quite fitting into this comes in, they wouldn't necessarily allow that feature to be upstreamed. And we've been suffering from this ourselves occasionally. So, like an example, for example, is QEMU. And, you know, the primary use case is as a machine emulator or a virtualizer, but Xen itself actually doesn't need the virtualization support. It just needs the device, the backends and the emulated devices. So Xen kind of uses QEMU like a library for backends and emulation devices. And all the other stuff we actually don't need. And we've tried multiple times over a period of 10 years to work with that community to have an officially supported configuration, and we never succeeded. And, you know, similarly, you know, another similar example is, I think Intel tried to do something similar for a slightly different use case, and that then ultimately led to a fork called NEMU, which is no QEMU, right? And so that's just an example that, you know, we were kind of somewhat unusual in that sense. So let's get to the next story. And that leads us from, from the classical server with cloud space to more military clouds and desktop and tablet use cases. And there's some really interesting nuggets in there, which I only found out about last year. So that story started in 2007 at XN Summit in New York. And we're specifically looking at that fork from server virtualization to defense application in terms of products. So at that event, DoD employees presented new research around how would you be able to apply EAL5 common criteria security clearance for XN, and a lot of this was about just code review, really sifting through the code and really checking that everything works as it should do. And so there's obviously a correlation between the amount of code and the amount of time and effort it takes to do that. And so you would actually want to build a more minimal version to make this more financially feasible. And I also developed the XN security modules. That research then led to the Xenon separation virtual machine monitor family, which today is widely used in all across the DoD. I only found it out last year when I was invited to participate in a security event, which those guys organized, called the Platform Security Summit. If you Google that, you can find some of the talks which were presented there. They're quite interesting. Subsequently, the XN security modules were upstreamed, but all that other work, was just basically used by those military types, and I never really tried very actively to engage with the project or even upstream it. So let's look at this in a little bit more detail, because I mentioned this already. So so that research at that XN Summit in 2007 led to a prototype, and there were really two interesting things to highlight here. So, they fundamentally had a team of 3 engineers over a period of a few years kind of track the code base and, take stuff out and do the actual certification to see how much effort it would be to keep on top of that. And it really showed that actually the modular design to was validated through that activity, and it also showed that you could create and maintain a cut-down variant of XN with about 3 man-years, over 2 years. So it's 1.5. That's quite that's not too bad from a cost perspective, if you really care about this stuff. So that was kind of the one ingredient. The other ingredient was an attempt by 3 vendors to bring XN to desktops. And it was basically, the idea would be you'd have your hypervisor on it, you would be able to run multiple, Windows, Linux, whatever, all on your desktop. And, all those vendors thought this would be the next really cool thing. But, it never really happened. It was a little bit like the year of the Linux desktop, right? Or other things like, dual SIM phones and all these other sort of more complex things which never really picked up. However, this really was an interesting stepping stone to Qubes OS. It's a very active project, and then it also led to something we call OpenXT and SecureView, which is basically the DoD equivalent of Qubes OS, which they basically use in various agencies. So that's kind of what happened, and I wanted to really think about why this happened and what enabled it. So what the engagement of some of those security types, with the project really did is it created a virtuous cycle which made Xen a very attractive platform for security research, and it's still the case today. And basically, the enabler there again was we accepted those contributions, and of course the modular architecture, which we talked about earlier. Then the attempts to commercialize Xen on desktops really laid the foundation for a new class of products. But again, none of these capabilities were used in the core use cases. There's a similar related story, which played out very similar, which was around GPU pass-through and graphics virtualization. And actually what's not very well known is all this stuff was actually developed for those desktop use cases. But then, it actually turned out this is quite cool stuff which you could use in the cloud, and so that's kind of an example of one of those non-core things actually being beneficial for in the original use cases. So the next set of story is around virtual machine introspection. So let me just briefly explain what virtual machine introspection is. So if you're trying to find, if you're trying to monitor your operating system for intrusions like through viruses or other malware, normally what you do, is you install a virus checker or something, or some software which monitors what's happening within the operating system, for specific signatures and patterns, and if you detect it, you quarantine it, and so on and so forth. Virtual machine introspection, because you actually have the hypervisor, is basically, so the earlier approach is essentially equivalent to having a camera in a prison cell, where the prison cell is your VM. Whereas virtual machine introspection allows you to do this from the outside, which is basically the equivalent of a panopticon. So it's basically, like you have all your prison cells open, and then you have your, like a big tower which just monitors everything. And that also started off in around 2007 at Georgia Tech, where a number of researchers, came up with this idea and started research around it. And then Brian Payne created a project called XenXS, which later, became libVMI, which is still around today. Then in 2009, that functionality was basically integrated into the hypervisor. And again, this was like a non-core use case. At the time, this was an interesting research project. Why would you want to take that into a platform which already had so many products built on top of it? But the maintainers shepherded this through at the time, and actually provided quite a bit of active help. Then many years later, Intel launched its Haswell and Broadwell CPU generation, which had some features in it which carried the promise, to really speed up this whole concept of virtual machine introspection. If you look at how this works, is you're monitoring memory accesses, from the outside in a VM, and the performance overhead of that is potentially quite high. And so those new hardware capabilities sparked interest by a number of security vendors to really look at this technology. When I actually looked at it, I realized that, in fact, the overhead really wasn't as big as they originally thought, and I could already productize it. But, you know, as a result of that initial engagement, you know, they re-architected the subsystem, you know, put a lot of effort into it, and in parallel, you know, developed a number of companion technologies for it. And then, you know, just 2 years later, it was productized, and, you know, today a number of similar products are available from a company called AIS and a startup called Scientific. And there's ongoing contributions, you know, to those features, which indicates that some of those technologies are going to be included into further or existing new products. So, looking at this again, from a reflective viewpoint, you know, if you really take a step back, actually, some of those security features made it into the original server and cloud use case. So some of them were specifically developed for it, like live patching. That kind of happened as a need, as a response to the cloud reboots we had a few years ago. But, you know, most of these other ones just sort of happened by chance because somebody had a cool idea and then it enabled an entirely new ecosystem around it. So I wanted to look at this in a slightly different way. So what were the reasons for some of those technologies not actually making it into the core products or the core use cases in a platform? Well, you know, one example is the hardware capabilities to actually do this in an effective way weren't there, or it was too early. So there's a whole set of technologies in Xen around trusted boot and stuff like that, which are used in Cubes and a few other projects, but they never really made it into cloud computing until now. So there's a lot of activity around this today, primarily because of Microsoft and mandating that for newer versions, you know, of Windows going forward. Also, in some cases, you know, I talked about the Xen security modules beforehand. Their use is complex and very use case dependent, so you couldn't really make this easily usable in a general sense, and, you know, it also quite a lot of specialist expertise was required. So that's kind of the one. So the last part of our story is it's really going from this desktop use case, which really didn't, you know, which ultimately wasn't successful except for in niches, to mobile use cases and embedded automotive use cases. And that's where it becomes really, really interesting. And that's also where in the last year or two, I've seen most innovation and disruption in a project is coming from vendors in that space. And that story started in 2008 in Seoul, in Korea, where Samsung basically released, they presented a port of Xen to ARM that was using para virtualization, because at that time ARM CPUs didn't have virtualization support. And both me and Ian Pratt, actually it was Ian Pratt at the time and later me, were trying to convince Samsung to really upstream this stuff. But they never really, we didn't succeed. You know, Samsung didn't want to upstream the work. Primarily, you know, I think at that time, you know, particularly the Far East, you know, China, Korea, and all those countries and vendors in those countries really didn't know how to work with open source projects. And at that time, you know, that was a big issue. And, you know, in the last 10 years or so, this has obviously changed a lot. So we then settled, we then basically said, well, we can't get them to upstream this, but we don't want, we want to draw them somewhat into the community. So we allowed them to host, their own separate fork within the community and engage with them on an ongoing basis. And that meant that Samsung, regularly showed what they did at developer summits. The last thing they did was a dual mobile operating system running, showing that on various Samsung devices and later Nexus 10s. Really showing, like they had this cool demo where in one VM, you had Angry Bird running, and on the other one, a racing game, and they dealt with all the graphics virtualization stuff, and it was really, really cool at the time. And really, to do all this, they had to implement real-time capabilities, and they also had to take some of the GPU work, which was done for the desktop case, and bring that, to the ARM environment. So what this really did is, even though it was never upstreamed, it showed people in the community what was possible. And so it inspired others to really go and look, at this along similar lines, right? And so that work from Samsung fundamentally laid the groundwork for the developments we're seeing now in embedded as well as automotive, where all these graphics and rich I/O capabilities are as much needed as there would have been on a mobile device. For mobiles, that never really picked off. You can imagine the user interface implications of having different personalities on your phone and so on. That's all quite awkward. I don't know whether you ever tried to use one of those dual SIM phones. It's a similar kind of problem. Not enough market appeal for that. But from my perspective, I'm not actually seeing this as a failure, and it was really a useful lesson, and as a project, we could really build on this. So what then happened in 2012, at that time, ARM brought out, added virtualization extensions to their CPUs, and that led to a complete reboot of the Xenon ARM port. So a number of people got together and started upstreaming Xenon ARM support, properly, using the port that Samsung had originally developed as a baseline, and really looking at it and see, oh, they've done it this way, maybe we can improve that, right? As a nicer and better iteration, and learning from what had been there before. And interestingly enough, so ARM added virtualization extensions to their servers, to their CPUs to target servers. So at that time, everybody assumed, well, in 3 or 4 years, ARM servers would be really quite successful and create a really tough time for Intel. But that hasn't really happened. And of course, we really learned from that early ARM port. We ended up with a clean and simple architecture. There was a really great match between the ARM instruction set and Xen's architecture, and we ended up with a really tiny hypervisor. So the initial port for one platform was around 30,000 lines of code. The equivalent of the x86, code would be around 200,000 lines of code, right? And the fact that we had that upstream support and the simplicity and smallness of that, of that ARM port really suddenly sparked interest by embedded vendors and for embedded use cases. But there's a missing evolutionary link here, because we were talking about vendors who were active in the sort of military space having an interest in Xen, and that happened before we did the ARM port, right? So there's a company called DernaWorks, and they launched a product called ARLX, which initially was an x86 product. They added real-time support to it, scheduler support, and then later safety certified this thing, this product for avionics standards, right? And so that sort of showed that you can actually take Xen, take stuff out, and then get it safety certified, and you know, have it run in drones, or you know, offer some software on planes and similar things. And that then again, you know, created that bridge to the next evolutionary wave, which is really around embedded in automotive. So this really started picking up in the last few years. We had our first automotive-based platform in 2015. We had a first embedded ARM-only Xen distro developed by Xilinx in 2015. And in the last few years, there's been an incredible amount of R&D and a lot of, you know, I'm really excited about the next 1 or 2 years, because this entire space has, you know, creates so much innovation and new ideas, and it's really challenging what's happening within the community. There's another little thing I wanted to talk about, and this is, so I call it sedimentation, because also what we've seen through the lifetime of Xen is that stuff which used to be implemented in software eventually gets, you know, moves down to the hardware. And I thought there'd be a few really interesting stories around this. You know, an example of that is we used to do interrupts and timers fully in software. And you know, today on newer hardware, we just use the hardware support, and we kind of constantly had to adapt to that. And there's some, it's also really interesting because silicon vendors like Intel and AMD, you know, they have always really worked very closely with Xen, and so the way how these instruction sets and this hardware support has evolved is really heavily influenced, you know, by that interaction. And I thought there's some really interesting stories we could tell, but actually, as it turns out, I can't really tell these stories because these CPU vendors hadn't actually engaged with the community, but they had engaged with vendors in the community, and so all of this happened under NDAs. So to close, so what have we actually learned within the community, and you know, what's there to learn, you know, for you guys? And the first big thing, and that was a really big thing throughout that presentation, is that culture really enables innovation, right? So because we had this culture to just accept stuff into the code base which wasn't core, this really enabled things, interesting directions which nobody thought could happen. This wasn't really planned in our case. We just inherited this due to the project being coming out of a university. But you know, we didn't really do this well at the beginning. You know, we sacrificed a lot of due diligence, you know, initially, and we could have done that, you know, better, and we have done it better in the last 2 years. We also now, but also didn't do this at the beginning, really help companies and organizations to, you know, if they come to us as a, you know, and say, well, we want to do that, we just won't shut the door. We will actively work with them and try and find the best approach. And also from a community perspective, you know, we always have worked with new ideas and with forks of the project as well as distributions. So examples there are at our developer events, you know, we always gave airtime to new ideas. So, you know, you know, in the early days of unikernels, you know, I always had a platform within the community. The same is true for many of the other things. Forks aren't always bad. you think, oh my God, a fork is happening. It's a bad thing, but it's actually not necessarily always a bad thing. And if you have downstreams with special needs, you really should work closely together with them. And that's also something we haven't done very well at the beginning, but we are doing this, a lot better today. Another thing really is there's a big, I didn't talk about this in a lot of detail, but if you look at this, the way how you do your process can either enable or hamper, innovation. So we had this thing in Xen straight from the beginning where we have like a feature life cycle. You start off with something experimental and then something, and then becomes tech preview and then eventually it becomes supported. And, at the beginning, we kind of used this life cycle as a backdoor to get stuff into the platform, but actually also market as maybe you need to polish this a little bit, before you actually build on it. Whenever there were larger contributions of features which weren't part of the non-core use case, we would always insist that the contributor would step up, because we didn't want to have stuff in a platform which would spit rot. And then, obviously, maintainership itself isn't enough. That could go away. So we always had to have, from the beginning, the capability to deprecate and remove features, if it actually looked as if they were becoming stale. And we have, done this quite a few times. The other thing is that the tension within the community. You will have this tension if you have people and companies which come from very different backgrounds and directions. There's going to be tension, and these can lead to conflicts. And we had quite a lot of arguments between those groups, and they never really go away, and they can get quite ugly. And that really means you have to do active community management. You have to you can't step into those conversations and try and shut them down right from the beginning, because sometimes creative tension is needed to lead to something interesting. So that requires quite a little bit of skill, and it's also a little bit risky sometimes. Another thing which was really surprising to me is that if you introduce a new process, that can sometimes lead to a significant increase of tension. So around 2013, 2014, and again about 2 years ago, we looked at our security vulnerability process, and we kind of formalized it and tightened it and so on. And that had unintended consequences because all our core developers were focused on server and cloud computing. And we have the security team, which is security response team, which handles security vulnerabilities primarily, for those two use cases. And but what happens if we find a security vulnerability in code, for something like KubeOS or something which isn't in this cloud development segment? And when we started to formalize this, suddenly it raised the question, well, who actually has to fix this? Who has to drop everything, and fix an issue in that piece of code, which some other company, which I'm not being paid for, is actually benefiting from, or some other project. And that led to a lot of tension. And then in the end, we had to resolve it. In this specific case, we just adapted, our process and basically said, well, we can have supported features without security support, or, we basically say, well, if you have a major feature and you have a product built on top of it and you want it security supported, nominate some contact point, and then if an issue, a person who's responsible for that within your project or your organization, and we, if that issue arises, we're going to come to you, and you fix it and work with us. We also started to heavily use kconfig to be able to build different configurations and larger features, which are non-core, are basically build or runtime disabled. And we use sub-projects as incubators for new ideas. And these are really things, we have an automotive project, and in that area, we're currently looking at things like how do we deal with safety certification better, and so on and so forth. And that's basically it. So if you have questions, please go ahead. No questions? All right, then. That's all right. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Just working? Yes, maybe? Okay, good. Now I'll turn it back off. seems like as good a time as any to get started since it's 3 o'clock. It's Sunday. It's the end of the day. Almost the end of the day. There's one more talk slot after. So, not the very last. So, but I do appreciate everyone sticking around today. SCaLE's not for the faint of heart to make it all the way through. So, awesome. And for like probably the best weather has been today, right? So, you know, there you go. So thank you for coming to my talk. This is called Fight, Flight, or Freeze, Releasing Organizational Trauma. A little background, because I don't have an intro slide here, because Corey Quinn told me that resume slides are bad, and I should feel bad if I have one. So I took it out of this one. But my name is Matty Stratton. I am a DevOps advocate at PagerDuty, and that is probably one of the last times you're going to hear me talk about PagerDuty throughout this entire talk. If you want to know more about PagerDuty, we can certainly talk later as far as things like that go. And I really, really love this talk. I'm really excited to be able to give it here. I do have to, you know, since Mary is in the audience, I'm going to give a little shout out. So the first time I gave this talk was at a conference over the summer called Redeploy, which is a conference about resiliency engineering. And a little bit of the background on this is I was talking to Mary's co-organizer, J. Paul Reed, about some ideas as I was learning about post-traumatic stress, and I started to say, like, oh, this seems really similar to some organizational issues, and he said, you should totally write a talk about that, and we have a CFP open. And I said, well, I'll submit it mostly because I want to get feedback from you and Mary on this submission, and then they accepted it, and I went, shit, now I have to write this talk. But it was a really great journey to write this talk, and I'm glad to be able to share it with you. So first of all, just a little bit of a content warning. So we'll be talking about, there is some discussion of trauma and post-traumatic stress. There's no specific, I don't talk about my specific trauma or anything like that, but be aware that we are talking about post-traumatic stress a little bit. Disclaimer the second, so while I am a trauma survivor, I am not a mental health professional. So none of this should be taken as, you know, direct medical advice or anything like that. But these are some analogies and experiences from things that I learned being a survivor of post-traumatic stress. So with that, let's get into the talk. So consider the zebra. So if we have a zebra that's at rest, there's no threat coming on. Zebra's just chilling around, being its zebra self, right? So this zebra is operating within what we call rest and digest. This is the rest and digest functions of what's called the parasympathetic nervous system. So there's no threat of predators, there's no stress. As its name implies, you know, zebra's mostly thinking about eating and maybe about making more zebras depending upon, you know, what's going on with that zebra. Now we introduce a lion. Now there's a predator. Okay, so now a lion is coming and chasing the zebra. So there are drastic physiological changes that happen with the activation of the fight or flight response of the sympathetic nervous system. So the zebra's heart rate increases, its breathing increases, its pupils dilate. There's large amounts of stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline are being released into the zebra's bloodstream. Its blood pressure increases, and any non-essential functions like digestion, they come to a stop. The zebra's nervous system is preparing it to literally run for its life. Now, let's say the zebra gets caught. Sorry, zebra. I need to get you caught by a lion in order to make a point. So say the zebra gets caught. Now the zebra's nervous system is overwhelmed. It has no more solutions. So this is what's called the freeze response. The zebra basically plays dead, and it just freezes and it stops. This is also a point that we might consider in a non-zebra. We might consider this the inflection of trauma. So zebra gets caught by the lion, plays dead, lion drops the zebra, kind of moves along maybe to go try to catch another zebra. Now, and so the zebra is maybe able to escape. What happens? What does the zebra do? It actually literally shakes it off. The zebra, its body shakes, and it's returning back to rest and digest. It's making a physiological change. So this is what happens when it comes to zebras. Now if there's nothing else that you take away from this talk, it's going to be this next point I'm about to make, which is that humans are not zebras. So if there's a slide to take a picture of, it's probably this one. So all mammals have the autonomic nervous system in common. right? So that's the fight or flight response. This is common for all mammals. Now, as humans, we have this thing called a prefrontal cortex. Zebras don't have it. Lower mammals don't have it. It's something that's unique to humans. And the prefrontal cortex is usually an advantage, right? This is where executive function happens. The prefrontal cortex is how we differentiate between good and bad, between same and different, how we understand consequences because we have this prefrontal cortex. The disadvantage is this is where we mentally replay traumatic scenarios, which activates that sympathetic nervous system exactly like a real threat would. Here's the thing. We all think we're humans and we're super smart and we got these super smart brains. I'm here to tell you that your brain is actually kind of dumb, right? Our brains can't tell the difference between real or perceived or remembered trauma. So when something happens that is similar to a traumatic experience that happened, we have the same physiological responses. Zebras don't have this, right? Other mammals don't have this. They don't go and replay this trauma. The zebra that got caught by a lion, it's not going back and every time it sees a lion is going and having this same response because of the one time it got caught. So Dr. Peter Levine has said, so animals in the wild, they're not traumatized by routine threats to their lives. Humans, on the other hand, were readily overwhelmed and were subject to the traumatic symptoms of hyperarousal, shutdown, and dysregulation. This is one of the few slides I will actually just read out loud to you. I don't usually do that. But this is a really important quote. So Peter Levine has done a lot of research on this fight, flight, or freeze response, and I'll have some links later to some work that he's done. So let's consider a healthy nervous system. This is something that we call the window of tolerance. So arousal or activation occurs, right? Something happens, lion, right? So what we're going to do that triggers the sympathetic nervous system, which causes a physiological response, and then we settle, which brings us back to the parasympathetic. And then something will happen that might cause a response again, we kind of bring up, and as long as we're staying within this thing that's what we might say the normal range, it's the window of tolerance, right? So the window of tolerance is a zone of emotional arousal that's optimal for well-being and executive functioning. So this is normal, right? You're not steady state all the time. Something happens that requires a response, you need to respond. The difference is, can you kind of come back down to settle when this happens? Now, what happens when we talk about an actual traumatic event? This is when we start to see, so in an undischarged traumatic stress, you have a dysregulated nervous system. And I know I'm not supposed to move, but I'm going to because I want to point. So we kind of sat there. This is our normal window of tolerance, our normal thing. We get triggered, something happens, and then something really traumatic happens. And we can see how our response becomes very dysregulated. It can become very up, down, all the way, and we can either be continually flipping back and forth, or we can potentially be stuck on, or we can become stuck off. So symptoms of when we're stuck on is when our traditional symptoms around anxiety or panic, right? The inability to relax, emotional flooding, sleeplessness, a digestive problem, which shouldn't come as any big surprise because this is the opposite of rest and digest. So our body is physiologically taking resources away from digestion. Or we can be stuck off, which are some of the typical symptoms around depression. You have lethargy, exhaustion, when you have chronic fatigue, these are symptoms of being stuck off. A lot of other things, and again, poor digestion, because now you're spending all your time in rest and digest, you should be able to be going kind of back and forth. Hyperarousal, which is stuck on, is similar to fight or flight, right, which is sort of that up here. Hypoarousal is similar to the freeze response, where you're kind of stuck, frozen. So we're going to come back to the window of tolerance when we talk about organizations in a little bit. Here's the thing, trauma is not simple. There's a lot of nuance to it and a lot of things to keep in mind, which is why it's not a simple scenario, and this is why this is not a 10-minute talk and it's a little bit of a longer talk, because there's some nuances we're going to talk about. So here's a couple things to think about, right? So first of all, you know, the nervous system's been overwhelmed. So it occurs when a solution, the active response to a threat, doesn't work, right? That's what causes something to be traumatic, because things happen to us all the time that aren't necessarily trauma. They're just maybe they're just bad things. Bad things happen to good people. But if we have solutions to them, they're not trauma. Trauma is when we don't have a solution, when our nervous system has been overwhelmed by something. again, as we talked about, the nervous system activation is the same for real or imagined threats, right? So it can be a real or a perceived threat. And then finally, and this is really important, it's subjective and relative, right? So what I perceive as overwhelming, or my capacity for a solution, may be different than what you perceive as overwhelming. And having gone through work around post-traumatic stress and everything, it was quite common for me to feel like, wait a minute, what I've gone through is nothing compared to what some other people have gone through, but again, it's all relative. And different people have different capacities and different experiences. So how does this actually apply to an organization? And one of those kind of key things, and all of those pieces happen, right? Like when we talk about the nuance of it, and again, bear in mind that just like different people respond differently and have different capacity, different organizations based upon the humans that make them up, depending upon the business that they're in, depending upon regulations, all sorts of other things, will have different capacity for dealing with this. So let's kind of go back to our deregulated nervous system and see how this might apply to an organization when a traumatic event occurs. Traumatic event being an unplanned outage. Aren't all outages really unplanned, I guess, really? An incident, something that is beyond the norm, right? And not all incidents are traumatic for an organization either. Some of them, and we're going to talk a little bit how we can keep them from causing us to go into an organizational state of undischarged traumatic stress or into an organizational deregulated, quote unquote, nervous system of our organization. So we'll think about hyperarousal, right? So that's the fight or flight. So if an organization, and this is being stuck on, right? So if your organizations that are hyper-aroused, they display effects around constant vigilance. It sounds like they're fighting Voldemort, right? They're hyper-aware of threats. And this takes energy away from moving forward. This is kind of constantly being on the defense, right? These are organizations that are stuck on. A lot of times this is reflected in how leadership approaches outages and issues. We hear a lot of wartime metaphors, a lot of military metaphors, a lot of we are in wartime right now. Another symptom of this is when you have production support teams, when you have teams whose entire job is to be watching production and supporting incidents and outages, but it's not actually connected to the innovation of the organization. These organizations have a really hard time moving forward because they're spending all their time looking over their shoulders, right? And being, you need to be aware. I'm not saying that you should just say, shit happens, whatever, right? But there's a line. We can also become hypo-aroused, right? Which this is when we're stuck in freeze. These are organizations that are afraid to make any kind of a change. Because to be quite honest, what causes incidents usually? A change, right? So we can, in an organization that it becomes hypo-aroused, again, have trouble innovating and moving forward because it's sort of this fear of if we change something, something's going to go terribly, terribly wrong. So we're kind of in this down state all of the time. So bear in mind that signal, again, remember when we think about how trauma comes in, just like our brains can't really tell the difference between real and perceived threat, as organizations, we often try to pattern match, right? We say this looks similar to the last time we had this massive Cassandra outage. So therefore, because we see a signal that looks kind of like that, everything's probably about to go completely shit. So let's mobilize everything, even though the signal might not necessarily be indicating the same kind of a thing. So we're looking for pattern recognition because that's something we want to do as humans. And while the signals may seem the same as previous examples that we've seen, the complexity of the systems that we work with mean that things are never that simple, right? First of all, bear in mind, right, so one of the things to keep in mind is that our systems are always in some state of degradation. Something is always broken, right? And depending upon what little part over here is broken versus this part versus this part versus this part, means that while this signal may have looked the same last time, doesn't mean that this thing is broken at the same time that this was broken, which was actually caused the incident. So how many people flew on an airplane to get here? How many people have flown on an airplane in the last 10 years? Okay, right, so fair enough. So let's think about taking off our shoes, right? So December 22nd of 2001, a cat named Richard Reed, he tried to ignite explosives hidden in his shoes on a flight from Paris to Miami. It did not work. It was a bad idea for lots of reasons. It was poorly executed, thankfully. But as a result, the TSA began randomly searching people's shoes. They're like, oh, well, some idiot decided to try to like put a bomb in his shoes, so therefore most shoes must have bombs in them, so we should probably check for them. And then in 2006, the TSA mandated that all passengers must remove their shoes going through security. And then, a few years later said, but if you give us some money, then you don't have to take off your shoes. So the point being, we saw a signal, which was wearing shoes on an airplane meant potentially destructive effect. Therefore, we're going to watch for all of them again. And where this comes into is kind of a phrase that someone, said, so Jennifer Brea said, we have a saying in medicine that when you hear hoofbeats, the first thing that should come to mind is a horse, not a zebra. And that this too cute by half phrase has killed so many zebras. So this, at its surface, this sounds logical. It's like, okay, let's not look for edge cases. Let's say this looks similar to the thing that happened before. Inside of tech, this is very similar to jumping on that first root cause. And this is sort of one of the inherent problems with using the term root cause. Root cause implies there is one factor that caused the issue. And the problem with that is it's rarely one thing, and what happens here is when we find that first thing we see and we say that's our root cause, well, that's us thinking that everything was a bunch of horses, but maybe it was a zebra. Also, hey, look, more zebras. So there's a theme. So you want to identify your organization's window of tolerance. So what can we do to help kind of understand what that may be within our organization, and how can we identify when we're becoming deregulated? So I put up a quote from Dr. Peter Levine, so I've got another quote from another very well-regarded person in the industry who has a lot of insight into that, me. So my paraphrasing or kind of taking Dr. Levine's point and applying it a little bit more to tech is saying, so a resilient organization, they're not traumatized by routine threats to their mission or business. I still have business spelled wrong in this slide. I got to fix that. So, see, and you notice this did not traumatize me. It was okay. I'm moving on. Non-resilient organizations are readily overwhelmed and subject to symptoms of overreaction, shutdown, and lack of regulated effort. So that's Maddie Stratton. I'm not a doctor. So what does this mean, right? So if your organization is resilient, it doesn't mean that things don't go wrong. It doesn't mean that you don't have incidents or outages, but they don't cause trauma for your organization. You're able to withstand them. And that's a big kind of key thing about when we think about the idea of resiliency, right? Resiliency does not necessarily mean stability. It does not necessarily mean 25 nines. It doesn't mean 100% uptime. It means that when things, not if, but when things go wrong, you're able to respond in a practical, regulated normalization of effort, and it doesn't cause everything to go pear-shaped, right? And so let's think about that. So first we want to talk about regulation, not referencing Warren G. I might have a little bit of 90s stuck in my head because we saw Captain Marvel last night. But how do humans and organizations take this deregulated state, right? We talked about what it looks like to be deregulated. How do we become regulated? Because it's one thing to understand that it's happening. We talked about what some of those symptoms were. We talked about that you might be hyper-aroused or hypo-aroused. We're seeing that we don't want to move forward. We see all this stuff, so that's great. You're saying, great, Maddie, we're not regulated, but I super want to become. So first of all, we'll talk about how humans do it, how we do it as individuals, and then maybe how we can take these same metaphors and apply them to an organization. So one of the treatments for post-traumatic stress is something called eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, also known as EMDR. How many people watched the Netflix show Russian Doll recently? So there was actually a little EMDR going on in Russian doll. It was very cool. So there's the idea, so patients' difficult memories are offset with a positive association that's reinforced through external stimuli. So that can be blinking lights, it can be little tappers in your hands, it can be audio stimulus. And so there was some of that in Russian doll. That's not really a spoiler if you haven't seen it, but you know, if you do watch Russian doll and you see the part with kind of the lights, you're like, hey, that's that thing that Maddie talked about. So what's happening there is it's not, what we're doing is taking the patient is going through kind of a safe journey, but it's being reinforced by stimuli that's activating both sides of the brain. Now, we can't really do this for our organization. We can't put giant strobe lights on either side of the office when things are happening and have somebody do a walkthrough. It doesn't quite work literally the same. But we can take the same principles, which is making a positive association with memories of trauma through some type of muscle memory stimuli. And we can do that for our organizations. So here's a couple ways that we can go about doing this. So one are the ideas of game days. So what we're trying to do with this is we want to make an association of outages and issues with being safe, with being okay. So game days can help us do this. So a game day is when we're doing intentional outages, and we're exercising our practice of what happens when we have an incident, what happens when a system goes down. The thing is about game days, they can be really helpful, but they have to be done properly. The idea of a game day is not to like kind of go, psych, ha, gotcha, right? Because all we're doing there is creating extra stress to the participants. We want to keep them low stress and safe. The point isn't to practice under pressure. It isn't to create a high stress environment so we get good practice on being under high stress. It's exactly the opposite. It's to take this association of a thing that can be high stress and associate it with a physical memory of low stress. We're associating response with a safe environment. So when we're doing these explorations in a game day, there has to be guidance, right? This isn't just something we go do to our support team or to our SREs and just say, we're just gonna go break some shit and yell at you till you fix it, right? We have to have guidance through this. It's a lot like meditation when we're helping people who have post-traumatic stress through meditation. So with some kinds of trauma, meditation is really helpful. But the problem is people can go into this what's called the inner landscape. And if they aren't prepared and they're not guided, sooner or later, they're going to encounter the trauma, right? It's going to be there. And then what do? So they could be overwhelmed by it, or they find a way to go around it. And similarly, so if we don't have plans in place for our game day, we're going to maybe get wound around the axle around the wrong bits of our process. We're going to be too concerned about the physiological response we have as stress. We're going to start thinking that this is about training us to deal under pressure. And the idea is not to make us better under pressure. The idea is to say that when these things happen, they're actually not pressure situations. Also, we can, when we have meditation for trauma, you can run into something that Dr. Peter Levine calls bliss bypass, which is a way of avoiding the trauma, which is the meditation is so peaceful and so calming that it just makes me kind of forget that the trauma existed, but it doesn't make it go away. So if our game day isn't following our usual rules of engagement around incidents, we've actually made it too safe, right? So we still need to follow our usual process and procedure. And so if we're talking about things like planned failure injection, so if we're doing planned failure injection in a game day, run it like a real incident. Here's the next time I talk about PagerDuty in my talk. Not talking about PagerDuty the product, but about how we do things at PagerDuty. So we have these things we call Failure Fridays. So on Failure Friday, we will intentionally take a system down, a system that we believe to be resilient, and we follow our full incident command process. This is in fact how we actually train our incident commanders. Before you go into incident command rotation in production, you have to have run a Failure Friday. So this is what's happening is by following, even though the only difference between a real incident and Failure Friday is that we actually go into Failure Friday knowing what is actually wrong because we actually broke it on purpose, right? But we practice. This is creating an organizational association as incidents being a safe, normal place. And in our case, we actually run our Failure Fridays during business hours because it's actually the best time for us to do it. We don't have maintenance windows. PagerDuty does not have a time when we can say, well, it's totally fine if people don't get alerted, from Friday night from, 8 to 10 p.m. So that being said, for us, the best time to run failure injection is actually during business hours when we have everybody already in the office on site. We know what we're doing. This may be different for your organization. You may do planned failure injection if you do, and you may not necessarily do it in production. You can also do planned failure injection in a pre-production environment, but however you're doing it, run it like you're running a real incident. This is another reason why you should run all incidents at their initial severity, right? So let's say an incident starts out and it comes in as a Sev 1. You may decide later that this wasn't really a Sev 1. You may say, you know what, this didn't actually require our major incident response, it was a small thing. Run it as if it was a Sev 1 all the way through. And the reason for this is because it gives, first of all, it does two good things. One that has nothing to do with the trauma stuff, but I feel like preaching about it, is this keeps us from litigating severity during an incident, which is really, really important. It keeps us from saying we're going to spend time when we should be restoring service arguing about whether or not this was a Sev 1 or a Sev 2. The other reason why it's good to do this is we don't want Sev 1s to be, this is going to sound controversial, we don't want them to be considered a bad thing. They're just a thing that happens. And if we run it as a Sev 1, it doesn't mean that we did anything wrong. It doesn't mean that we're a bad organization. It doesn't mean that our systems are bad. And all that happens is if we had an incident come in that we thought was a high severity, it became a lower severity, the worst thing that happened is we got to have good practice of our incident response process, and it just went back to making us feel like this is business as usual. This is just a thing that we do. It's no big deal. Now, we have to process failure. And this is really, really key because post-traumatic stress happens when you have undischarged trauma, when you have unprocessed trauma, when you haven't been able to work through it. So when we talk about processing failure, and we're thinking about things like after-incident reports and post-mortems, the ideas around blamelessness are really just the beginning. Excuse me. We need to process the failure or the outage throughout all the information that we have. And this is key, the processing has to have a conclusion. It has to end. Otherwise, it's unprocessed trauma. We didn't finish. So there's this misconception that in order to process trauma, all you have to do is just get it out, right? If I can just talk about this enough, then I will be done with my trauma. So that's not quite how it works. We need to integrate our experiences into a more coherent whole. This includes telling our stories as well as changing our autonomic nervous systems, which in the case of an organization has to do with how we respond to outages and incidents. So storytelling is really, really important. We have to tell our stories because that's how we process them. This happens for individuals, so this is part of therapy for PTS, has to do with actually processing it. But the larger organization needs to be able to tell this. And I did an episode of a podcast called Greater Than Code, and we talked about this particular topic and got into kind of this some ideas around how postmortems could really become a storytelling exercise as opposed to just a fill out a form because the form is sitting there in PagerDuty that we have to fill out and tick the boxes and say, yep, I sure as heck did fill out the postmortem form. You have to be able to tell the story, and they need to become interactive. A write-only postmortem does not help anybody. It has to be experienced. So I'm going to talk a little bit about something called somatic experiencing, and soma means body. All right. So in classic top-down therapy, we start with the emotions, right? Why do you feel the way that you do? This is very similar to with an incident or an outage, looking for root cause first, saying that's the first thing we're going to do is try to figure out what the root cause is. And the reality is that's kind of one of the last things you want to do is think about contributing factors because we're trying to restore service. So in somatic experiencing, the body is worked with first. This enables a titrated approach to the emotions. So we aren't necessarily saying we're going to think about all the emotions all at once. We're going to think about the body's response first, and that's going to surface some of the understanding of where the trauma comes from and letting us process it. So similarly, during an incident, you are first working to restore service before we worry about cause. And it's really important to look at the whole system when we're processing it, not just starting with the quote-unquote surface emotions, which are the symptoms of the outage. Again, when we talk back, when we think about the symptoms of the outage, those are those signals that may point us down the wrong road, that may make us think this is a more traumatic experience than it was, because small incidents and large incidents sometimes have very similar symptoms and signals. I'm going to spend a little time talking about these ideas of cognitive distortions. So cognitive distortions are exactly what their name implies. They're distortions in our cognition. So these are perspectives with bias. They're irrational thoughts and beliefs that we unknowingly reinforce over time. And some of these can be really, really prevalent in how, as an organization, as a team, as a squad, how we approach incidents and outages. So these patterns and systems of thought are often really subtle. It's really difficult to recognize them when they are a regular feature of your day-to-day thoughts. So there's as many as 16 generally accepted cognitive distortions. I am not going to go through all 16 of them. If you feel like looking them up, Google is a thing. We're just going to touch on a few that might be specifically causing issues within your organization. So polarized thinking. This is also sometimes known as all or nothing thinking. This is seeing everything in extremes, right? So it's either perfection or total failure, right? So remember that our systems are always in some state of failure. We don't have perfection. Similarly, things are not always completely effed, right? Something's probably working at any given time. So we need to not look at these generalizations of it's either everything is beautiful and amazing or everything is shit. Because what will happen is this particular distortion is going to affect your ability as an organization in two ways. If you're either thinking about all, you're going to be chasing a goal that you're never going to hit. And you're going to think that you're not succeeding because you are not in this blissful state of 100% uptime. Or on the other side, if you're thinking that everything is terrible, things can feel very disheartening, very much like things are just awful and why should I even bother? And overgeneralization. This is where we take a single instance and we generalize it to be an overall pattern. On a personal level, this could be something like, well, I got a C on this test, so I'm stupid and I'm a failure, right? In an organization, this can be, well, we had a SAV1 incident on this particular service, so this service is unstable and awful. When we combine this with another distortion called the mental filter, this can manifest as seeing only the negative and eliminating all positives about a situation, a person, a team, or a system. Fortune telling, we do this a lot in IT. We feel like if we have enough data, we can be predictive. Hey, machine learning, right? So if we only know enough, we can predict the future. Well, yes, we can start to get ideas on what is likely to happen, but guess what? I'm sorry to say, I don't care how much blockchain you throw at it, you can't predict the future with certainty. So stop trying. And here's the reason why. Our systems are, you're probably tired of hearing me say this, our systems are complex. We have to understand that our predictions are not fact. They're actually just one of several possible outcomes. Does this mean you should not be looking at tools around AI ops and around machine learning and how we can start to have some predictive analysis? By no means. These are all helpful. However, they are not magical spells that will tell you what is exactly going to happen. And then we have a control fallacy. So this manifests as one of two beliefs. So one, we have no control over our lives and we are helpless victims of fate. Or two, we are in complete control of ourselves and our surroundings, giving us the responsibility for the feelings and actions of those around us. Both beliefs on either end of this spectrum are very damaging, and both are equally inaccurate. So no one is in complete control over everything that happens to them, right? And no one has absolutely no control over their situation. So even in extreme situations where the individual seemingly has no choices in what they do or where they go or what they say, there is some control over how you approach a situation mentally. Now, as an organization within tech, where this comes in is, again, if I could just keep those damn developers out of my system, I could control everything, right? If we only had enough tests, right? It's like I can control all the things. Or on the other side, it's not my fault. Everybody just F's everything up all the time. And we have somewhere in the middle. So let's think about how we can make this better, right? So how many people in here are currently part of some kind of on-call incident response rotation? And people have to deal with that. How many people have had this experience, or potentially maybe manage teams or work with teams that are incident responders of some kind? How many people work for a company where people give a shit if things break? Okay, right, so this will hopefully be everybody. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of finish up with some thoughts around self-care, around things that we can do to make, as individuals, on-call and incident response less traumatic. So why does it matter? Why am I even talking about this? So burnout is a real thing. And I guess this is the third time I'm going to mention PagerDuty. We did a survey about a year ago across, I think it was about 12 to 18,000 different incident responders to understand who had left their position in the last 18 months, left their company. We wanted to understand why. And for the vast majority, the most important metric related to attrition was not money. I mean, some of them left because they wanted to make more money. Most of them didn't. It wasn't even their manager, which is generally a true thing. I mean, sure, we've heard the saying, people don't quit a company, they quit their manager. The most important and the most relevant metric related to attrition had to do with how often they were paged. How many, and it wasn't being paged at all. It wasn't like, well, I left because I want to go somewhere where I never ever get paged. But it had to do with how many nights were interrupted, how many work days were interrupted, how many weekends were interrupted. So this really, really matters. And it can matter to you as an incident responder because you don't want to get burnt out, because you actually care about yourself as a human. It could matter to you as a leader in your organization because you care about the people who work for you. Or you may be a leader in an organization who doesn't really care about the people who work for you, but understand that it costs on average $400,000 to replace an engineer, and it's a lot cheaper to keep people than to have to replace them. So let's try to not burn them out. So a couple things that we can do when it comes to self-care around on-call and incident response. So one is doing some context switching. Create a ritual around going on and off of call. This helps your body understand that things are changing. So, for example, like when I take out my contacts, I get sleepy. And this is because over the last 20-something years or whatever, my body has associated it with when Maddie takes out his contacts, it means it's time to go to bed. And likewise, when I put my contacts in, I get a little bit more awake because that's the thing I do in the morning. So my body has some expectations. So there's things that you can do if you say, like, when I go on call, I physically make this shift. And I was in an open space, I think it was at DevOps Days, Charlotte, and someone came up with the idea and said, like, maybe you have an on-call hoodie. This is the hoodie that I wear when I'm on call. And then I take it off, and I never wear it if I'm not on call. And of course I went and was like, ooh, that would be some good swag, right? You could have the on-call hoodie. You could have things that have to do with, like, when I go off call, I treat myself to this one particular tea. Now the trick is, whatever these rituals are, they need to only happen when you're going on or off call, because you're creating this physiological response. You need to allocate mental bandwidth. So if you're on call, this really has to be your number one priority. Don't be trying to deliver high priority projects at the same time that you are the level 1 first responder for incidents for your organizations. Having a good relationship with your manager is really key to this. You have to work with her to help understand where you're coming from with this and help set expectations, which might say, hey, I'm going to be on call this week, which doesn't mean I'm not doing any other work, but there's only so much mental bandwidth I have, so I need to be able to shift. And maybe I'm going to have more of a focus on resolution and remediation type projects during this time than innovation type projects because I'm context switching. Treat yourself. Have an awareness that on-call is a stressful activity. No matter how much amazing stuff you might do with your organizational EMDR and all the things I've talked about over the last 40 minutes, it's always going to be stressful. I spent 20 years in various forms of system administration and technical operations, and most of those 2 decades I was on call almost all the time, and then I went and worked for a software vendor for a few years and blissfully hung up my pager, and then I joined PagerDuty, okay, 4 times, PagerDuty, and now I am part of an on-call rotation, and it was really stressful the first time. Every time I go into my one little 24-hour rotation every 2 weeks of being an incident commander, just being on call is stressful to me. So knowing that on call is a stressful activity, take some extra time to treat yourself during these times to counter that stress. So I talked to Anna Medina from Gremlin, and she had some good suggestions, and one that I really liked, she said that weeks when she's on call, she schedules wine or dinner with her girlfriends or a plan to kind of go out for her favorite dinner because she knows that it's going to be a really rough week. But what happens there is it actually gives her something to look forward to. It says, this is my on-call week, and I know it means I'm going to go have my wine time. Now, again, it depends upon, maybe you can't go out and have wine with your friends while you're on call because maybe your expectation is you can be on a terminal within 5 minutes, but find something you can do. Or even if that's the case, if you say, hey, I'm going to be on call for a week, during one of those nights, I'm going to take a couple hours and go out with my friend Sonia, and you know what? I'm going to go to someone and say, can you take an override? Can you cover me for those 2 hours because I have to go do this thing? Stay healthy. So it's very tempting and common to fill ourselves with sugar and caffeine while we're on call because we're probably going to be up in the middle of the night, and it's sort of the traditional way we think about responders and incidents is like drink a lot of Mountain Dew and eat a lot of ding-dongs and Twinkies. It's kind of detrimental to eat all this junk and expect our brains to still be able to be performant. So eat healthy, stay hydrated, and drink a lot of water. There's a physical effort to being on call. It's like being an elite athlete. In a way, maybe I should, elite athlete. Keep healthy. So take care of your body, and that will take care of your brain. And it wouldn't be a talk for me if I didn't just crowdsource to Twitter to fill in the slides that I still needed to do. So as always, I went to Twitter to get some suggestions for things that people did to make their on-call less stressful, or more importantly, the things they did for self-care. I will say that I did remove the ones that quite a lot of the suggestions were, I eat a lot of junk. And I was like, well, that goes counter to the slide I gave before, so, selection bias in my data, I guess. So I really like this one. It says, rest when possible, but any activity that is restorative. So in this particular case, maybe it's knitting or reading, and moving your body, right? Because especially when we're sitting there, and I really like this other thing with saying no to other obligations. During your rotation might be the time you have to say no to some other things, get someone to cover for you on some other obligations you might have. So Tammy said, during really bad rotations, she says she just curls up with throw rugs and tea on the couch, maybe taking naps, having food delivered, and then if there are rotations when there's no pages, be internally grateful. So that's another thing you can do when you celebrate a restful and uninterrupted on-call rotation. And like this Matt Simmons said, he tries to get a massage during the week that he's on call, running on the treadmill every time he gets adequate sleep, and then also painting. And then Jeremy said, binge watching the Netflix shows that his wife is not interested in, and eating so many cans of Pringles. So I guess I did slip one of these unhealthy suggestions in there. And then again, if all else fails, the ultimate suggestion to self-care during on-call is forget to put your phone on the charger, accidentally have the phone on quiet mode instead of ringers, and thank you, Jeremy, for that one. So as always, you know, Jeremy is a thought leader in all things. So remember, you know, resilient strength is the opposite of helplessness, right? Being resilient means that we don't see things from the perspective of things that happen to us. It's a matter of what we can do going forward. And remember that a culture of blame creates a culture of helplessness. These slides, as well as some supporting links and resources, will be available at this URL. They might be there now, but it's a slightly older version of the talk, so I'm gonna, as soon as this talk is over, I'm gonna upload the updated slides, and you can always find it there. So, thank you. Could probably have a few minutes if anybody has questions. I would also encourage, if you have suggestions for self-care around on-call that we didn't talk about that you'd like to share, would be super great. There. Ben had a question.
Isn't using the term post-mortem kind of flying in the face of trying to make things less stressful? You know, nobody actually died, usually.
So, let's forget that I work for PagerDuty for a second. So I personally am not a big fan of that term. I personally like after action report better or something. We in our product call it postmortem. I also, similar to DevOps engineer and DevOps team and director of DevOps, have decided there's certain hills that I'm just not going to die on. But it can. So the question is, if it actually does cause additional stress, then it can be counterproductive. That is a much, much bigger and nuanced discussion, which could go into a whole other thing. If it was up to me and I was creating a process by myself, I might not call it that, but I also would be more concerned with actually the process than the term. But if you do find that that's causing additional stress in your organization, that might be an area of opportunity to investigate. Because words, semantics, can influence how we think.
So I really enjoyed the talk. I like a lot of the concepts. I feel like I'm trying to approach these problems from a less on-call centric perspective and more from situations, I guess I call it process scarring, where a thing happened years ago and the organization changed what it does as a result, and nobody has had the impetus or motive to go back and revisit why that is done. Or there's that anecdote about making a pot roast and always cutting off the bottom half of it and asking grandma why that was done. It was because grandma didn't have a pan that was that large. I'm curious, I really like the concept of organizational EMDR, and Game Days was a great suggestion. I'm curious if you have any thought or suggestions around stuff that's not quite so on-call focused, but revisiting ongoing critical stuff.
So I think that's a good point when we think about how do we approach this continuous improvement opportunity when it's not directly connected to an incident or an outage. And a place where that comes in is, again, doing things like postmortems. We don't necessarily have to do postmortems on incidents and outages, and they have to be fully processed. So a lot of times we do, and there may be something to bring up and say we need to go and reprocess it. We have some trauma in our organization. I have a similar example. A company I worked at, when I came in, after a while I said, why does it take an hour for us to replicate data from the back end to the front end? And they said, well, because we had, half a dozen front end database servers, and I was kind of looking, I'm like, why do we stagger, right? It was like we would replicate to one front end database server, and then 15 minutes later we'd replicate to the next one, and the next one. Well, you can probably guess where this came from, is once upon a time, some developer wrote some bad SQL that dropped everything, and it instantly went out to the whole front end and everything went terrible. So what did we do? Instead of figuring out how can we prevent that from happening, we said, well, we're gonna mitigate what happens, not if, but when these stupid developers break something, rather than saying, how can we go into that? And so when those things get discovered, there are areas of opportunity for an investigation to say, okay, can we go back to a better way of doing this? Because what we need to, but this is where the storytelling comes in, right? It comes in, we have to actually explore it, right? It's not like, well, this seems dumb. Because you know what? There was a good reason. At any given time, these decisions we make that we look back at in hindsight and say, this is ridiculous, it was the right thing to do with the information and the resources that we had at the time. The thing is, that was better technology. We have better tools. So we can go back and revisit those things. And those are sometimes really, one of the things we find this, again, okay, I'm just going to keep talking about PagerDuty. I'm not talking about the product, so that's good. We have once a month hack days, and there's some folks in our engineering that what they spend their time doing on hack day is actually looking for stuff like that, which is saying like, hey, I did some sniffing around and I'm finding things that just don't make a lot of sense. So on this hack day, I'm going to spend it as a research hack day, and I'm going to try to understand why. And then maybe on the next one, I'm going to try to put something together to kind of remediate around that. So if you can find things within your organization that allow for that exploratory time, and to have it be something that people who are interested in that, because some people are just not going to be interested in making things better, and that's okay. They're not bad people. We still love them. But some people are going to say, like, I really want to understand why things happen the way that they did. And giving an opportunity, and hack days can be a really great time, or your 20% or whatever. You have to have some kind of exploratory time in your organization for that. Thank you.
One thing I see a lot is when there are problems and with teams that finger pointing can often start, and teams start blaming themselves.
Yes.
This has a long-term corrosive impact, and it goes past whatever the immediate problem is, and sometimes involves HR. Do you have any practical suggestions on how to avoid scenarios like this?
Sure. So that's a really interesting point, which is that a lot of times when we think about a blameless culture, we mean we don't point fingers at other people, but just as equally, we don't point fingers at ourselves. And one of the ways you can do this that can really help is celebrating failure. So at Etsy, they had this thing they called the 3-Armed Sweater Award, which was, I think it was given out once a month, and it was basically to whoever fucked up production the worst. But it was celebrated. It wasn't like a dunce cap. It was like, hey, because you know what? The reason it happened is because you were trying to do something. And it was a celebration of failure. And I'm not saying necessarily do the exact same thing. The 3-Armed Sweater Award. So I actually saw a tweet that Rin Daniels, who used to work at Etsy, she has a talk she's given that talks about basically the time she completely hosed Apache and earned the 3-Armed Sweater Award, and how that celebration of failure was helpful. So and these are the things that have to come in at the management level and the senior executive level, which is that we celebrate failure because it means we were trying. You know, Charity Majors has talked about this before and said if you have been working in an organization for more than 6 months and you haven't broken production, you're not trying, right? Not that you're trying to break things, but you might be being a little too cautious. So we need to look at that and say, like, okay, this thing happened. So first of all, we want to understand how can we help prevent it from happening, but it wasn't the fault of the humans, and in fact, it's actually, we celebrate it. We say, like, because we were trying. So just sort of the way that we approach failure can help people understand that it's okay, and to not be self-deprecating about it, and not say, like, oh, we were going to, and again, that also goes back into those cognitive distortions, which are because we had an outage, our team is bad, right? That's just, it's part of that realization, and it's an unfortunate nature of the role when we think about system administration and SRE and things like that. It's one of the very uncelebrated functions in an organization, similar to your corporate lawyer. Nobody knows all the times that your lawyer kept you from being sued. They only pay attention to the time that they didn't keep you from being sued, right? And usually if people in the organization are aware of system administrators or SRE or ops, it's in the negative. It's in the time that they missed. So looking for ways to celebrate when these things happen and say, like, okay, this is this thing that occurred and here's what we did. And this goes back again into the storytelling of the postmortems and the after incident response, which is, it's more than just this thing that Joe did, right? What's the whole story around this? So then it also helps kind of dilute it away from being like hyper-focused on the one individual who happened to be the inflection point of what happened. But there were many, many contributing factors, right? It wasn't just what Joe did. That was just part of it.
Just a comment, I always wondered how somebody could be a goalie, because I always just thought that was probably the hardest job on the team.
Oh, yeah.
So you were the one that missed it, or you didn't catch it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So maybe have time for one.
We have like 5 minutes, I think.
One or two more. And if not, I'm findable on the Twitters, and I'll be around for another hour or so. No? Great. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate it. And have a good last talk of the day, of the year.
All righty. Killer tomatoes? There's no tomatoes today, just avocados. So. There's a children's book in there somewhere. There you go. This type of avocado does this. This type of avocado does this. Yeah. All right. Well, it is 4:32, so I'll get started so that we don't run late, because I know I am the last session. So thank you so much for coming, because I know it's been a long 4 days. But my name is Mary Thingvall, and I am here today to talk to you about developer relations. I know a handful of you throughout the room are familiar with the term. Is everyone here familiar with the term? Yes? Kind of? Maybe? Okay, cool. Well, today we're going to approach it from a slightly different angle than you will hear at most conferences. I'm going to be explaining the business value of developer relations using the fruit famous throughout California, the avocado. So why avocados, you might ask? And if you look at the screen, there are definite resemblances, and there are intentional resemblances between me and the avocado. But besides the fact that I find them really delicious, and I can say that because I liked them before avocado toast took over San Francisco, but DevRel has become known as the good kind of fat in tech circles. This is an analogy that picked up steam 3 or 4 years ago when I was at a company called SparkPost. And one of our project managers had a hard time saying developer advocate. And so she'd get talking quickly and giving us instructions, and it would come out developer avocado. And my coworker Adrian loved avocados, and my clicker is technical difficulties. Apparently. Where did the mouse go? There we go. The coworker Adrian loved avocados and very willingly took on this mantle of developer avocado without much prompting. And as added to the team, we decided not only is it kind of a cool team name, but maybe we should make an analogy about it as well, so that some of our coworkers have a better understanding of what we do. So we decided to own this term internally as well as externally, and an analogy was born. And I'll be sharing more about that analogy today. But for those of you who don't know me, you may be kind of asking who I am between the admittedly kind of creepy avocado faces that have been up there. And before I get to that, I know better than to try and introduce myself before I introduce my sidekick, Ember, because I don't have people's attention until I do. So this is Ember Dog. His full name is Ember Dog Pups McGee, Captain Underfoot III. And you can find him on Twitter. You'll notice I changed it from my Twitter handle to his Twitter handle because, as you do. But he's a medical alert service dog for me. I'm a type 1 diabetic, and he lets me know when my blood sugar is starting to get too low. But that's a whole other talk about monitoring and performance that we can give another day. So, who am I? As for me, I have a journalism background, but I entered the journalism industry right as most newspapers were laying off all of their writing staff, so I have fantastic timing. And like most tech companies, I wound up pivoting. So I'm now using feature writing and storytelling abilities to show the business value of building developer communities. But I've personally worked with various developer communities for more than 10 years now at companies like O'Reilly Media, Chef Software, and SparkPost. Some of you here today know me from times that I spent running the booth at SCaLE for any of those companies. But my favorite thing about working with communities has always been figuring out what makes each of them tick, as well as how to find the best solutions for any of the problems that they're facing. And as I worked with all of these various technical communities, I found myself going back to my journalism training, recognizing patterns, drawing conclusions, telling stories about how these communities were not only beneficial for the technical people in those communities, but also for folks who were trying to understand new concepts or products, as well as the companies that were taking the time to invest in these communities. And it started to become clear to me that while some companies could absolutely succeed without a community behind them, the best companies and the ones that were the most successful were the ones who had communities who were loyal and were consistently praising the company without any sort of bribery, because they were the ones who took the time to invest in those local technical communities around them. And I started to realize that most companies didn't actually understand what this true value was, right? They understood that developer relations was kind of a thing and community management was kind of a thing, but didn't understand how to translate that back into the business value. And for the most part, these community teams were underestimated, underutilized, and overworked. We also lacked the resources to know how to make things better on our own as those community managers. So I left the corporate world and started out on my own in 2017 with this mission. And my main goal is to create resources about developer relations and community management, educating and providing professional development opportunities for those of us who are doing this on a day-to-day basis, as well as their managers and stakeholders who are trying to figure out where they fit within the teams and the companies that they're in. And my hope is that by providing resources and working with these companies one-on-one, the industry will slowly start to understand the business value of developer relations and the advantages that connecting with these technical communities, like everyone here at SCaLE, can give them in this day and age. So these logos on the screen are some of the things, handful of the resources that I have provided and helped to provide as a part of this goal. The one up there on the left is the book that I wrote that came out last October. I have a few copies with me here today, and a lot of what I'm talking about today comes from the concepts in that book. So if you want to talk to me more about that afterward, that's awesome. I also have a discount code that'll be up on the last screen. But anyway, all this to say, I do a lot of things. I have a lot of side projects, and I'm very involved in the communities around me. But I'm incredibly passionate about driving the developer relations industry forward and working with companies to make sure that both the communities that they're building and the people who are building those communities are set up for success. So, now that you know the basics of developer avocados and you know that it's grown from there, what does this all mean for you today? In short, it means that I understand the confusion around developer relations firsthand. These days, most companies have developer relations or a developer advocate on their checklist, right? We hired that person, check that box, cool. They're on their own, they know what they're doing, I don't have to deal with them, it'll all be fine. But then they get confronted with that why, of like, well, but why is this person here? And we're spending a lot of money for them to do a lot of things, and the board is now questioning it, and they don't know what those answers are. And I'll be the first person to tell you, DevRel is not an easy, one-size-fits-all silver bullet to fix the business and get all developers everywhere to suddenly love your product and join the ranks of your customers. It also doesn't fit within our traditional business value metrics that we're used to addressing. But with patience and by asking the right questions, DevRel can be an incredibly valuable asset to any business that has a technical audience and can sometimes even be the difference between success and failure. So the principles that I'm going to be presenting today not only illustrate why developer relations are like avocados, but it also shows you that by applying these principles, DevRel can be a valuable and healthy part of your business. And before we jump into principles, I always like making sure that we're all on the same page with definitions. So what do I use when I use the word community? It's this definition: a group of people who not only share common principles, but also develop and share practices that help individuals in the group thrive. And how you define who falls into that realm of community at your particular company depends on what your intentions are. We'll talk about more of that in a minute. But in general, community includes your current customers, as well as prospects, as well as anyone who could at some point in their career be interested in using your product. So it's a pretty broad umbrella term. So how does this fit into developer relations? First of all, developer relations isn't just another name for a developer advocate role. Developer relations is the umbrella term for the team whose primary responsibility is to build that community both online and offline. That includes developer advocates. It also includes maybe a developer events manager person, community manager, can even go so far as to include roles like documentation and training at some bigger companies like Twilio. But at its foundation, the purpose of DevRel, or developer relations, is to build relationships with and enable these technical communities. DevRel professionals act as a liaison between the company and the community that they're working with, who are typically the end users of the product. And while most professionals have the best interests of the business in mind, we as DevRel professionals have the best interests of the community in mind, because we understand that if the community succeeds, the company succeeds. But if the company sets the community up for failure, there's a lot of times when you just can't come back from that, and the company fails because the community knows that they're not being taken care of. So this is the mantra that I use to explain developer relations on a regular basis. To the community, I represent the company. To the company, I represent the community, and I must have both of their interests in mind at all times. And if you saw my Ignite talk last night, I talked about this there as well. And this is incredibly important, and it's a hard balance to keep. But in order for the DevRel team to actually be able to keep this balance, they have to be fully supported by the company that they're working for. So they need a clear set of business goals, they need a clear set of expectations, they need the right tooling, but they also need to know that their work is seen as valuable, and this is something that we struggle with because most of us who are in developer relations don't have a business background. We don't have the communication skills to communicate upward to the stakeholders about how that fits into the business and where we're aligned with the company and all of those types of terms. And so this brings us back to why I'm here today, because I want to help you understand the value of developer relations and community building with the analogy of avocados. So, principle number 1, avocados are the good kind of fat, which you probably guessed based on the title of my talk. But DevRel tends to be an expensive or fatty department, right? Because we have conferences that we're sponsoring, we have swag that we're giving away, there's open source projects that we're sponsoring or supporting often. But used at the right ways, in the right times, with the right combination of items, it can have amazingly healthy benefits for both your company as well as your community. So what are some of these right times, right ways, right places, combinations of things? It's things like talking to developers about product feedback while at conferences like SCaLE or at events around the world, having one-on-one conversations with your top influencers and top community members who are really embedded in API field or an IoT field. It might be being the bridge between those community members and your product and engineering teams and creating open source tools and documentation around your product to help make the developers' lives easier. I call these connections made while doing this liaison work DevRel qualified leads. And what do I mean by that? Because if you're not a business person or a marketing person, it probably doesn't make sense to you. But if you're familiar with marketing qualified leads, anyone with the term? A couple? Okay, cool. Let me put it this way. How many of you got your badge scanned at a booth this week? Cool. You are now a marketing qualified lead for a company that you got your badge scanned by, right? So in other words, it's this idea of being a person who may at some time be a customer for the company who scanned your badge. Because the marketing team got your information and they can rate your chances of becoming a customer and then turn that information back into their sales team who will follow up with you at the appropriate time. So marketing has now done its job of filling sales pipeline. And I came up with this term after meeting with yet another team who had traditional metrics that were either given to sales, like how many people signed up for an account this month, or to recruiting, how many applicants did we get in the last month, or to marketing, how many leads did you get at that conference, right? And these are all things that DevRel and community professionals have zero control over. Who knows whether the person that you met at your booth is going to wind up hitting it off with the hiring manager, or whether they'll actually get to the hiring manager because maybe HR has a policy that you didn't realize that they have to have specific college requirements or things, or if they just click with the rest of the hiring team, right? But whatever the case may be, you can't be held responsible for whether or not that individual got hired. You have no say as far as salary, compensation, or any number of other negotiating factors, or whether they'll be a good fit with the other team members. So the idea is we aren't necessarily responsible for whether they got hired, but we can make those handoffs, right? We can say we introduced this person to the company. So what does this look like? Well, maybe you've encountered someone who's answering questions on your forum consistently and has obviously had a really good experience with your product. They may be a great contact to pass off to marketing for a case study, or maybe they're interested in turning some of their longer posts into a blog post. Maybe you're getting exceptional feedback from a technical individual and passing them directly to product might be a good idea. They might be able to have longer form conversations to communicate some of that feedback or parse the important pieces rather than you playing the messenger between those groups. Or if you're getting close to rolling out a new feature, maybe they'd be great for a beta tester. Perhaps a community member has stumbled upon a really hard to solve bug, and you trying to play messenger again between the community member and the engineering team isn't working, right? You can pass them off to the engineering team, and maybe that community member is even willing to help figure out what the root cause is of that bug and get to the bottom of it. Or maybe you ran into a different developer advocate at another company who's willing to help build out an integration to help customers use your products in tandem. These integrations can be huge because it can make it that much easier for your community to hook in and use your particular API or your particular product. And on occasion, we'll come across community members who just get it, right? They click with everyone at the company, they understand the product, they're passionate about the cause and the problems that you're solving, they're already contributing during their free time, so when a position opens up, they're the perfect person to pass off to recruiting. And lastly, of course, sales. Depending on the person you've met in the community, it'll depend on that will determine who you pass them off to internally, right? Whether you start with a solutions architect or solutions engineer, whoever your technical salesperson is at your team, or if they go straight to the enterprise sales team, maybe because they're the manager of a team and they're the actual decision maker. But sometimes the handoff won't be with the community member you've engaged with, but maybe with their manager. But you get the idea. These connections are incredibly valuable and might not ever have happened were it not for the DevRel team's direct involvement with the community who knows and trusts them. So these DevRel qualified leads are incredibly important to keep track of for a number of reasons. The most obvious one being, of course, that it's the definitive way to attribute value to the activities that we're responsible for on a day in, day out basis. But in aggregate, it's also a valuable way to see which activities overall are more effective than others in the long run, as well as track themes throughout the industry. So they have a tremendous amount of business value, but they also contribute community value. Because as you're making these introductions between community members and your coworkers, you can also make introductions between community members who might be a good fit. Maybe they're both trying to solve the same problem at their company. Maybe they're both dealing with similar problem areas with your API. But whatever it is, maybe they're passionate about the same project, right? But you're making these connections both internally as well as externally. And this leads me to my favorite analogy for DevRel, thanks to my good friend Amy Hermes, who some of you might be familiar with. But this is that developer relations and community management is a pseudonym for cruise director. And how many of you have been on a cruise? Okay, a handful. And you know the person who kind of makes sure that you're feeling good about everything and you're excited about all the things that are happening and that you always have someone to talk to and you're always involved in the activities because you're not feeling left out that way? That's what we do, right? So all of those people that I mentioned that are pursuing that new topic, I, as the technical cruise director, am responsible to introduce them and foster that relationship to make sure that they're not only pursuing that topic and reporting back to me, but that they're also doing it together in community with each other. So I can introduce Marie to Bob because they're both interested in the latest release of Python. They're using that to solve problems within their company, and our API is built on top of Python, and here's the benefit there. So I take a step back, I let them have that conversation, and then I can follow up with both of them separately and say, hey, how did that go? What came out of it? I'm so glad you were able to connect. Are things continuing to build that particular segment of our community, right? So why does this matter? It matters because of the definition that we started with for developer relations, that at its foundation, the purpose is to build relationships with and enable our technical communities. And this enablement is beneficial for both the company as well as the community. I love this quote from Zan Markin's recent blog post. And he says, enabled developers are productive, they're less likely to churn, and they're better suited to champion our products and services inside their teams, organizations, and wider networks. And this is huge, because once they start talking up your product outside of just talking back and forth with you, then suddenly they're your external developer advocates that you compensate with appreciation and community and showing them that you're willing to amplify the things that they're working on as well. Twilio's evangelism team puts it this way. They say our job is to inspire and equip developers to build the next generation of amazing applications. This means understanding what they're trying to do, pointing them to the right tools and training, and generally helping them to be successful. And this is not an inexpensive endeavor, but it is worthwhile. And when Twilio was first founded, they were told they didn't stand a chance with a developer-focused strategy, but they went on to land a $1 million seed round from a group of angel investors, including people like Chris Sacca and Mitch Kapoor and one VC. And the first full-time employee that they hired, Danielle Morel, built out what is now acknowledged as the startup world's best, most effective developer marketing program, and she is now an investor and startup founder in her own right. And they've got customers like Dell and Twitter and Lyft and Salesforce and huge companies, right? And they continue to cater to developers and build out what's now known as one of the best DevRel teams in the entire industry. So they've invested a significant amount of money in something that they were told would never be a successful business strategy because they understood the value of developer relations. And if you can prove to developers unequivocally that you not only want, but will listen to and implement their feedback, you'll gain their loyalty, and they'll continue to give you that value day after day. Principle number 2, avocados take on the flavor of things around them. So there was a time when I didn't understand the appeal of avocados, which I know some of you in the room might agree with. We'll see if we can change your mind on that. But they're, they're a little bit smushy, they're kind of bland, they're somewhat odd-looking fruits that masquerade as vegetables. And then one day my aunt introduced me to this super simple, really good lunch, and she just took a white cheddar rice cake, put avocado on top, put a slice of variety cheese on top of that. And I later experimented adding a fried egg, and it just makes this really nice combination of flavors because the avocados kind of take on the flavors around them, and they're a wonderful agent of flavor as well. And now that I'm hungry, I don't know about you, but what's my point, right? So in this same way, developer relations teams tend to take on the flavor, if you will, of the product that they're working with. We can be fluid in goals, we can be fluid in what department we're in, and what the group looks like, all depending on the needs and the goals of the company. So what I'm saying is there's no one-size-fits-all solution. What has worked amazingly well for Twilio and GitHub may or may not work well for you, and this is a huge point of caution. This meme was popularized by Matthew Ravel last year of Hoopy, and I think it illustrates this point really well. So it says, we check what Twilio did, we copy it on a lower budget, we buy beers for developers, and then Doug in marketing asks what our team is for, the CEO notices, and the team is disbanded. It works so well, right? And it's funny, but it's also true, and it's unfortunate when that happens because it happens far more often than I think we realize. And when you look at someone else's strategy with how they're doing developer relations, you're looking at a plan that they've developed over months and years, which is specific to their audience, with their company's strengths in mind, which means it's not likely going to work for you. This tweet from CMX Hub founder David Spinks says it well. He says, if you try to start things at scale, they won't work. And it was a quote from someone else. And then he says, it's a huge lesson for every community builder. Don't replicate how a successful community looks today. Replicate how they started, small and focused. I was waiting for you to grab the picture. So the key here is figuring out what works for your community, both for the community you have right now, as well as the one that you're wanting to grow into. And there's 2 questions that can kind of help you figure this out from the beginning. First off is, why do you want a community? And the second one is, what do you hope to accomplish with this community? So first up, why do you want a community? And you'll notice I didn't say, do you have a community, is the first question. Because whether you spent the time to build up a community or not, every established product has a community of customers, both current and potential. Simply a matter of whether or not you're choosing to be active and engaged in what they're talking about online. So your why determines how you choose to interact with them going forward. If you're familiar with Simon Sinek, anyone? A couple nods, cool. So this question won't be news to you at all then, right? So for those of you who aren't as familiar, Simon Sinek popularized a TED Talk, an idea about always start with why, right? Because if you don't have the answer to that why, you won't be able to set yourself up for success when you're trying to accomplish your goals. So our why drives how we respond to people, and it drives what we actually say as a result of that. This also drives the structure of who handles the team, who handles those decisions, and who's responsible for which aspects of the community initiatives, and how we respond to community members, where we send people for more resources, everything else. So why do you want a community? The why doesn't have to be quantitative metrics. It can be abstract ideas, but it should be aligned with the organization's goals and explain the purpose behind each community-related endeavor at the company. So you should be able to, when you're creating a new initiative, say, we're doing this because this initial reason that we came up with years ago, right? It always points back to that North Star of your why. You'll also want to make sure that your why is driven by a reason, not a result. For example, to make a profit is a result of growing relationships, nurturing leads, having a great product. It's not a reason to be doing what you're doing. And your reason for establishing a community might be generating engagement, making a better product or a better developer experience, or customer retention. But the result of that maybe those DevRel qualified leads that I touched on earlier. They're opportunities to further product feedback, pass along possible recruits, facilitate a sales opportunity or more, but your ultimate why needs to be your reason and your motivating factor for building that community in the first place. So the second question, what do you hope to accomplish with the community, helps us figure out what DevRel looks like at your particular company. This question helps you determine whether you're trying to create a community of customers or simply define a market. And you might be looking for a core group of customers just to get periodic feedback from, right? And that's fine. You can have a small, super productive, super influential community. It also might be that you want to set yourself up as a thought leader in a relatively new space. Maybe you want to follow trends within your niche in technology and you're relying on those connections in your community to help keep you up to date on those developments. And the answers to this question will help you determine now how to best serve your community, but also what department is the best fit for your DevRel team. So if they're writing a lot of content, if you're creating a lot of resources for community members, maybe they fit best under product. If you're speaking at a lot of events and educating people about the importance of where your product fits within the greater technology industry, maybe marketing is a better fit. But if they're working on sample apps, developer experience, maybe engineering, right? So you can kind of take a look at both the why as well as the what and figure out what the best placement is there. But placement of a DevRel team is a whole other talk, and I can go into that at length. So the key here is figuring out not only where your team will most succeed, but also where they'll be able to bring the most success to the community as a whole. So let me play devil's advocate for a second, because there's a somewhat valid question here if you aren't familiar with the value that DevRel brings to the table. Why do we actually need a full-blown DevRel team to get feedback and improve developer experience? Because that could arguably sometimes be done with a combination of product or marketing surveys, engineering support, technical writer, all of those types of things. And this leads us back to the mantra that I said at the beginning of the talk. To the community, I represent the company. To the company, I represent the community. And this is what sets DevRel apart. It makes us uniquely able to fulfill that relationship building and listening and understanding that goes hand in hand with building that community of loyal customers, because our primary focus and our primary goals are first and foremost based around the community. And this focus and attention gives us an opportunity to build up that trust within the community, right? Because if they know that we're asking them for feedback so that we can advocate for that internally at our company, they're far more likely to be upfront and honest with us. If they think we're just asking them for feedback because, you know, we're checking that box, they're not going to be as open with us because they don't have that relationship with us. Authenticity breeds authenticity. And while it's entirely possible for product and marketing professionals to have this viewpoint as well, their priorities are often split between feature releases, lead generation, other things on their plate. Whereas again, our focus is first and foremost always the community. Principle number 3, avocados go well with many different cuisines, right? So from Mexican dishes to breakfast plates to classic BLT, you'll find avocados in all sorts of cuisines today. And this couples nicely with the previous point that DevRel teams can take on the look and flavor of the company that they're at. It's not going to look or feel or taste the same at each company. But not only can DevRel goals and the department that they report to be different, but the tactics that they use to create that community and engage that community changes depending on the circumstances and type of product that they have. Just like a good chef experiments with all different sorts of flavors, all different sorts of ingredients to figure out what works best for the cuisine that they're making food for, so developer relations teams do the same thing. We pull levers, we try different experiments, we check in with the community to see how something's working for them because we want to observe the outcome and make sure that we're making the best decisions and the best choices for them. This is something that the community team at Keen knew and understood well. And this is their team mission from a few years ago. And it says, we use our superpowers to help Keen.io grow into a sustainable business by supporting other teams within the organization, our internal community, in accomplishing their missions and helping our customers, partners, investors, advisors, fans, friends and family, etc., our external community, be everything that they dream to be. And this makes it clear that they want to do whatever they possibly can to support both their internal community, the business organization, as well as their external community, right? Giving that communication from the community back to the company, from the company back to the community, because in serving both of those, it brings that much more value to both of those groups. And again, more often than not, this is most often achieved through connections. If you're looking for a silver bullet, the one simple principle you can take back with you today, I suggest this. Focus on the what is it that only DevRel can do. And there's a reason why you'll find DevRel teams over, you know, product and engineering and marketing all over different places of various organizations, because there's a lot of overlap. But again, the one thing that DevRel really excels at is making connections. We're cruise directors, right? So we're the people who are able to take a step back, observe the conversations that are going on, observe the patterns, and then make those connections, whether community member to coworker, coworker to community member to community member. But then we make sure to follow up with those folks, like I said earlier. Are there other things we can help with? Is there other feedback that we didn't get from them at that point? Anyone else we can introduce them to help further their careers? Anything we can do to solve any of the problems that they're facing on a day-to-day basis. And in doing so, we become the hub of the wheel, right? So we're essential to keeping that wheel of progress turning, but we're also the connection point between all of those departments internally, as well as, again, external community members back to our coworkers. Principle 4, avocados take a long time to ripen. So this is an even longer process if you take into account the fact that it takes 5 years for an avocado tree to even be fruitful after it's starting to grow, right? But once the fruit is ripe, it's not only delicious, but it yields a good profit for the farmers. Avocados are kind of expensive, if you hadn't seen that. But if you hadn't guessed it already, or if you haven't heard me say it 3 or 4 times in this talk, DevRel is not a quick fix, right? It's not something that you can implement and the next day your product is going to take off and be viral and be the most popular thing on the market. It's a long game. But it's something that with a good upfront investment and careful nurturing, the final harvest can be incredibly rewarding for your entire team as well as the community. The problem with tracking only work output, and this is something that I encourage people to do, because this tends to be, I feel like I missed a slide here, but it's not there, so I'm going to keep going. The one metric that people tend to track as a result is work output, right? What are you doing every day? And that works for engineering teams, that works for product teams, like how much have you gotten done, how much progress have you made on these projects? And the problem with tracking that for DevRel is because there's typically so much that goes into a single achievement, a conference talk, for example, that it can look like your DevRel team isn't getting all that much accomplished on a day-to-day basis. Because a conference talk isn't just a conference talk, as any one of the speakers here at SCaLE will tell you, right? It includes researching the right conferences, finding the ones that are the right audience, the right location, the right impact, and then you cross-check that conference list against the conferences that are still checking CFPs. And then you write and you revise your CFP, and then you hope and pray the CFP gets accepted, and then maybe you're lucky and you get into the conference, and then you actually have to write the talk, which if you were here for Maddie's talk, you understand, because he said that. It's like, oh, shit, now I have to actually go do the thing that I said I was going to do when I wrote that abstract, right? But then you have to write the talk and practice the talk, and depending on your company, get the talk approved by your corporate team, and then you book travel, and then you travel to the conference, and then you give the talk, and then, and only then, can you say, hey, I spoke at a conference, I checked that thing, check out my work output, it's done after 6 months of time, right? And if you're lucky, and only if you're lucky, no one asks you what that impact was on the bottom line for the business. Because otherwise, people start to see, well, but you spent a lot of time on that project, and then you booked travel, which costs a lot of money, and then a lot of conferences are in fairly expensive cities, so that costs a lot of money in and of itself. And so they wind up seeing us as this person who just spends a lot of money flying them around the world to exotic locations like Pasadena, California. And we're partying with the community and not actually accomplishing anything according to the people who are seeing our work output. So we need business alignment to have the ramp-up time to be able to succeed on these longer commitment timelines, which building a community frequently requires. So what is the better metric? Tracking connections, or you can probably say it with me by now, DevRel qualified leads, right? Because here's the deal, when your DevRel team is out at the event they've spent so much time preparing for, they're going to be meeting customers. They're going to be meeting potential customers. They're going to be meeting influencers throughout the industry. It's what they do. It's what we're good at, making connections and being those technical cruise directors like I mentioned earlier. And if you encourage them to then pass these people back into the company, making those appropriate connections to sales, product, marketing, engineering, and if they know that they can trust the rest of the company to handle those connections with the appropriate amount of respect and attention, then the company is enabling them to do what they're best at and what only they can do, and turning that into a metric that directly proves the value to the company while continuing to allow them to serve the community in the best way possible. And when these opportunities do ripen down the road, as they will, when the developer is currently at a tiny little startup who didn't have a need for your product is now working for a huge enterprise company, that developer knows and trusts your DevRel team. They know and trust your product team or their engineering team, and suddenly that new company, that new huge enterprise, becomes your biggest customer. But if you put a metric of sales or recruiting or any ROI goal that needs to prove an immediate return on this team, you're setting them up for failure because they won't be able to do what you've hired them to do, which goes back to the mantra, right? Because you've hired them to represent the company to the community and take the feedback from the community internal to the company. And if they're responsible for the success of other departments' metrics, they'll be too focused on their goals to be able to effectively create those relationships on a day-to-day basis. And they'll be too worried about losing their job because they can't make their numbers, right? Which should never have been given to them in the first place. But by focusing on these DevRel qualified leads, you set both the DevRel team and your community up for success. So, to recap, we've covered 4 different principles today. First, avocados are the good kind of fat. Used in the right ways, at the right times, the right combination of items, they can be healthy for your community as well as your company. 2, avocados take on the flavor of things around them. DevRel teams tend to work with fluid goals and fluid departments and things like that, depending on the goals and the needs of the company that they're inside. 3, they go well with many different cuisines. And like I said, like a good chef experiments with different combinations of flavors and ingredients. DevRel teams figure out what works best for their particular community by pulling a variety of levers and observing those outcomes. And 4, avocados take a long time to ripen. It's not a quick fix, but with a good upfront investment and careful nurturing, the final harvest can be incredibly rewarding. And hopefully, these 4 principles, while perhaps a little quirky, will help you remember the true value that DevRel can bring to any developer-focused company and business. I believe strongly, as I said at the beginning, that used at the right times in the right ways with the right combination of items, DevRel can bring about the type of value that can absolutely transform your product and really make you the best product for your community that you can possibly be. Could transform your entire method of doing business. Why, might you ask? Because avocados are good for your heart. Bonus principle. And the more that we learn by researching and collecting data about avocados, the more we're realizing just how good for us they are, right? And likewise, with more research and data around DevRel, you'll realize that it's not only good for your business, but in many cases essential to maintaining a healthy product. And no one can deny that a happy community and a healthy product are good for the heart of every company, just like avocados. Thanks so much for having me here today. I've got my details up on the screen. That discount code that my editor provided me with is up there as well. I love talking about these topics. I love working with companies to figure out issues that they're having, particularly how to set up your DevRel team for success. So if you have in-depth questions about your particular company, hit me up. My DMs are open. You can shoot me an email. I know we've got time for questions here too, and I have a few copies of the book. So I could do that as a, like, whoever has questions, first 4 people get a copy of the book too. But we've got some time, so yes.
I was curious, do you present metrics regularly, and how does that go over? What kinds of things do you present, and what format, and who do you target?
Sure. So it depends on the company. It depends on the team. I start with those DevRel qualified leads mostly because that's the easiest one to kind of ease folks into. Like, you're able to keep doing the things that you're doing. You're able to keep implementing the community feedback, but also be showing value upward to the stakeholders in the company. As far as how often, I encourage teams to automate as much of the metrics they're being asked for as possible, because if you find yourself too in the weeds with the numbers, you won't be making those connections that you need to be making. So, yeah.
Do you have a general size for community when it makes sense? Do you have a general size for community when it makes sense to hire a single person or then start expanding to a team?
So that's an interesting question. I've had a couple clients lately that, to be honest, when they first came to me, I would have thought they were too small of a company to start with that. I have one client that I'm working with right now that has 4 full-time employees and 1 contractor. But they are intent on building community into the foundation of their product, right? And they know, like, sure, we could do this for a couple years before we hire someone full-time, but if we're doing that, then we aren't focused on the community. And if we choose to focus on the community, then we won't be focused on building out the product. So rather than splitting their interests and probably falling down on the community side of things because that's not what they're trained in, it's not what they're used to. They're wanting to implement things along the way. So I'm working with them to figure out, like, how can you set this up for success within the actual product that you're building to set it up for success with the community, but then also what are some of the infrastructure and things you can build along the way. So if the founders of the company are community focused and are technical and really want to build in that technical community feel to the product, I think there's some companies that absolutely can do it from the start and have. Twilio that I mentioned earlier, Danielle Morel was their first full-time hire. So she was employee like 3, I think. So they built it from the very beginning as well. And I think the most successful companies are ones who can do that.
And on the other side of that, have you ever seen, giant companies have DevRel that's only internally focused, not an external community for other areas? Is that successful, or are there different considerations then?
I think there's some different considerations, but I think it can be successful. And the most successful teams that I've seen do internal community are actually encouraging their engineers to be more outward focused. So it's still the DevRel person building the internal community and making sure their developers are being effective and happy in their roles, but it's also encouraging them to explore, you know what, you'd write a really good blog post because you're awesome at writing documentation. Let me help you with that. You might want to go speak at this meetup because you gave a really great lunch and learn about that topic the other week, right? And so encouraging their internal developers to be more externally facing and almost using that engineering team to be kind of part-time developer advocates on the side. Yeah, Brian. Sorry?
They liked your answer.
Apparently.
Hey.
Hi.
So, great talk, by the way.
Thanks.
You. So let's assume that I'm an engineer who works at a medium to large company that does not do DevRel.
Okay.
And I think, hey, it's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
What do I do? I'm not a decision maker. I'm not a manager.
Right.
I'm not a VP of any sort. I have no budget. I'm just a button pusher of a routine sort.
Mm-hmm.
What would you recommend that I take back to my company, say my manager or my director, to try and say, hey, I think DevRel might be worth pursuing?
Yeah.
You have a suggested conversation starter.
Sure. So if you're actually interested in doing that, that's like chapter 2 in my book, goes really, really in depth. But TLDR is start figuring out what some of the best ways to implement that might be. So are you finding community members are really coming back saying, we need more content, or the developer experience is not so great and we need some help with documentation or with the UX, general UX of your API, right? So figuring out, having some of those conversations internally can be really illuminating as to what the needs are that we need to meet. And that might be, hey, can I volunteer to be on support for a couple days? Or can I go talk to them about what they're dealing with? Can I write a blog post for marketing? Can I go give a talk at a meetup, right? And asking if you can take some of that time of your own to do those things. And I'd encourage you to do that as much as you can on company time and not investing it outside, because I've seen so many engineers who are like, no, I work 50 hours a week and then I go speak 5 times a year and I write all these blog posts and I'm really burned out. Like, no, don't do that. But seeing if you can figure out, some companies are doing more of the 10% or 20% of your time can be community facing efforts or tech debt or whatever those things are. So seeing if there's some open source projects you can invest in. Because if you can start taking some of those things for little test runs, and if you write a fantastic technical blog post that does really well, then marketing is going to start going, hey, we need another one of those. Can you do another one? And then it makes that argument a lot easier to go, well, we could totally do another one, but it might make sense to hire a developer advocate. Or it might make sense to hire a community manager or something like that.
It almost sounds like the suggestion is to do a little bit of DevRel on our own to kind of kickstart things.
Yeah, definitely. And that's actually what I tell people too who are interested in the possibility of DevRel but haven't done that, because the one biggest difference that I've heard from any engineer who has switched from engineering into a developer advocate role is that there's so much context switching and so many times when they're focused on a project and then have to get pulled into something else, because you're not just coding, right? You're doing a little bit of coding, you're doing a little bit of writing, you're doing a little bit of speaking, you're doing a little bit of a lot of things. And so kind of getting your feet wet in that to make sure that it's stuff that you actually enjoy is helpful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So one of the metrics that you talked about was that's the easiest to measure is qualified leads, right? But that might not work. For example, that doesn't work great for us for two reasons. One, qualified leads work well if the value of the lead is high, right? But if the value per lead is like a SaaS product that you're billing at $10 a month, right? That's harder to kind of measure, right? It's also like getting 3 qualified leads at a conference is totally not worth it, right?
Right.
Or the other, for example, in our case, it's an open source product, so it's an open source project that then leads into a product, right? So measuring qualified leads on that is also harder. So what do you recommend for metrics for these kinds of situations?
Sure. So the interesting thing about qualified leads from the DevRel standpoint and not from the marketing standpoint is it's not often that you're going to be able to put a price point on that. So I'm, passing someone off to marketing to write a blog post. I'm not going to say, I think their blog post is going to get this much traffic and this much click-throughs and this many people signing up. But your qualified lead could be, I found a new contributor, and I'm now mentoring them, which is encouraging them to contribute more, right? So it's more of a figuring out the way to frame what you're spending your time doing in a business metric that the rest of the business is going to understand, rather than here's how much money this is worth. And so you'll start to figure out, I had 12 conversations on Thursday at SCaLE. These 5 were really, really good, and these other 7 were fine, but they weren't quite up to par, and I don't want to necessarily say that, here's the 7 that I'm going to stake everything on, right? You want to pass those 5 along and then continue building relationships with those other 7, but pass along the highest of the possible leads, especially when you're getting a program like this going, to make sure that you can kind of build that trust and authenticity internally in your company as you're passing those people on.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Rob, you had your hand up, I think.
So most of the stuff that I've read about DevRel seems to be very product focused. Curious if you have either examples or information on services companies and their interaction with communities and how to do DevRel at a services company.
Yeah, so it's interesting. DevRel is definitely more popular in API tech companies or open source companies because it's a super easy, you've got developer relations folks out there doing this and it attracts more developers and we're good to go, right? For services companies, I've seen people hand it a couple different ways. I actually know one of the dev advocates over at American Express, and he's out there giving talks all the time, and American Express doesn't have a developer platform. They don't have an API. They're not looking for people to hook on and use their product and build on top of their product, but it's almost more of a recruiting mechanism. We're doing some really cool stuff behind the scenes over here, and it's interesting to us, which of course sparks the interest and spreads the brand awareness and things about the company as a whole. But it also makes people think when they're looking for a new job, hey, that's right, that guy Donovan was talking about cool stuff that they were doing over American Express. I wonder if they're hiring. And so it's less of a feedback-focused role and more of a hiring or making connections in the community that could lead to maybe customers down the road, but also recruiting or content or things like that as they're finding partners to work with. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Cool. Gareth.
What advice would you give someone who's interested in who's looking to get into a DevRel role?
Sure. So it's an awesome time to be looking to get into DevRel because there are so many jobs right now. It's kind of ridiculous. One of the resources I put up there earlier is DevRel Weekly, and it's a newsletter I put out every week. And I include a link to a jobs board. And I was laughing the other day because when I started the newsletter, I was listing maybe I'll list the open jobs in the newsletter itself, and very quickly realized that there were 90 links, and we're up to now 150 links. And I have a gal who helps me out with the newsletter who goes through that once a week and cleans out any that are closed, and it's still consistently 140 to 150 links per week that are going out. So there's a huge amount of people that are hiring if you're interested. But kind of like what I was saying to Brian, putting yourself out there a little bit, going to marketing and saying, hey, I want to write a blog post. I haven't written a blog post in years. I actually had someone when I was working at SparkPost he was gave a great description of something he was working on. I'm like, cool, can you write that down? He's like, I haven't had a blog since I wrote on LiveJournal when I was in high school. Like, no. And I was like, that's fine, I'll work you through it. Like, and we had a template to kind of show people, here's the points that you bring up, and here's how you bring it all together, and I'll edit it at the end, and we'll work on it together. It'll be a group project. But kind of getting your feet wet in those places to see, like, do I actually enjoy writing blog posts? Do I actually enjoy giving talks, which I happen to know you do? Do I, or at least you do give talks. Do I enjoy going out and hanging out with folks after the meetup and getting to know people one-on-one? And kind of getting your feet wet in those areas. And the nice thing about that is it might be that, you know what, I don't want to do this full time, but I do enjoy connecting with the community, which will make you incredibly valuable to your marketing team, incredibly valuable to your product team when you're giving them feedback, your engineering team, right? Because you're doing those types of things even if it's not your full-time job. And so by getting your feet wet, it also gives you an opportunity to build the relationships internally at your company. And if anyone is actually looking for a DevRel job, let me know, because I'm always happy to help kind of put you in the right place there too.
I'm coming from the opposite side. I have a community,
cool.
And now that I know about DevRel people, I want to connect with them because I want people to come and speak at my conference.
Cool.
So what's the best way for me to find out what companies have DevRel and who they might be? I mean, I can think of, I've got 2 companies that I'm working with now that I know those guys, but, you know.
Awesome.
I want more people than just 2 companies.
So there's a lot of us. It's been growing in number over the past few years, especially. I've been pleasantly surprised to see how many more DevRel folks are coming out of the woodwork. I pulled this slide up again because DevRel Collective, that one in the middle there, is a Slack team that DevRel professionals are on. And so we list a lot of resources on the website for that with, like, here's various places you can find information. Or if you want to ping us and say, hey, we've got a CFP or various things that are open, we're more than happy to post that in the group. DevRel Weekly, again, is a good place to kind of see who's talking about developer relations because I'm pulling content that's been published throughout the week. And so it's a nice way to see, like, oh, that name's shown up 3 times in the last month. Let me go follow them on Twitter. But there's a variety of Twitter lists and things like that out there that are just a great compilation of folks to follow in the industry. And I'm more than happy to help you out with those if you shoot me a note. Cool.
Thanks.
Anyone else? No? Going once, going twice? Cool. I have a handful of stickers up here. I have 4 copies of the book, like I said. I lost track of who the first 4 people were to ask questions, which I understand is my responsibility. But if you were one of those first 4 or you want a copy of the book, feel free to come up and grab it. And yeah, hit me up. Let me know if you have any other questions. Thanks so much.